Hello. Hello. Hi, Andoya. Yeah, it's so annoying. Oh my god, I had to I had to unmute early because I started thinking about that tech stuff. It's like it's so annoying. Like I remember I miss my old Samsung phone. The first Samsung phone I ever had. It it had the battery. And I loved that shit, man. I love the fact that you could just replace the battery. But now they're like, nah, you want to fix the battery? Well, you got to get a whole ass new phone. It's like, why did we think that was a good idea? Why is essentially planned obsolescence like the thing? Pisses me off. Pisses me off. Like, why? Oh, is a charging speed? True. We just need that, like, modular mindset from, like, the 2010s. And then we need, like, the tech of today's era, I think. We just need people to do that. So I'm tired of it. I don't really want to listen to this. Shush. Wait, no. Yeah, that shit pissed me off. Yeah, I want to prepare my charge to be user. Yeah, exactly. And it's like, in a way, if you think about it, I feel like maybe I could be wrong, but I feel like user consumption and like tech consumption these days and like waste products wouldn't be as bad if we could just fix things more modularly instead of having to scrap the whole dang thing. But I don't know the specifics, but at least we're getting new tech at some points, you know? At least we're still somewhat evolving. I don't really want to do a live now today. I'm lazy. I get a kiss when you give me this forever. I literally changed the button, screen, battery, and analog stick on my PSP without having. Yeah, like I think that was like such the fun, like the most fun part I think about like older tech is that like customizing it was so easy and so like affordable, I guess. Like I don't know how to explain it, but it's kind of like I just like when you would get like an Xbox controller and you could just deck that shit out however you wanted because it was easy to take apart. And like nowadays you can't do that anymore. And that pisses me off. Sorry. I didn't mean to pull up my straw. But hopefully someday. I mean, like, as I say with a lot of these kind of like tech things that have been happening, at least like video games have been having a renaissance where indie games are more beloved than AAA games. I feel so like if that can have a renaissance, then tech and everything else can too. I'm really hoping for it. Oh my god, Andre, I have to show you this desk mat that I saw. Hold on. Desk mat. I don't know why, but this like it feels like it might be your aesthetic. Um, no. It's like by people. Uh, hold on. It's like I don't remember who it is by, but I saved it on my phone. It's like a cutting mat desk mat, but like the thing is like if you just buy a cutting mat, it's not the size of a desk mat, and if you get a desk mat that looks like a cutting board, it's typically not made out of that material. And I found someone that actually made it, and they have like this like black and white one that I thought you might like. I want a blue one. I understand the cutting mats don't really come in blue, but if it came in the same like green but hued to blue, I think it would be really nice. I mean, I see a pink one. I feel like they could do blue. Where is it? Oops. Where is it? Where is it? went too far. Sandwich, a thick soup, Minecraft, sculptures. What the fuck? Where is it? Oh, maybe. Oh, I found it. Okay, it's by Work Louder. Accessories. This mat, the work mat. Okay, I send this to you. Yeah. Work Louder made this one. It's like reversible, and this like black and gray one just like reminded me of you. So I thought you might like it. Yeah, I think they recently like came out with these. I want a blue one. I like the green one a lot, but I really want a blue one. I really want a blue one. What other kind of desk mats they have? Can I look at all their accessories? Knob desk mat? Oh, that's weird. Got a little knob on it. Whoa. Yeah, this one's definitely the coolest. Remember when I was following them before? They just launched their first key. Yeah, the keys are pretty cool. I like how they look. Just look very nice. I think these ones are modular too, which is cool. I like totally forgot what I was gonna do today. But yeah, that popped up on my For You page, and I wanted to send that to you. I also keep getting on my For You page clips of movies. Like, apparently there's like a King Kong. Like, Kong versus... What is it called? I don't know which one it is. I need to watch the new Godzilla Kong movies. Oh, look, he wanted to have me too. On God. Like, it's just looks so nice, and it's actually like it's like an actual like cutting mat size for a desk, and it's just like, I don't know, it just seems nice. What is the movie? Kong. What is the one where I don't know which one I got a clip of where he fights other monkeys. The new Emperor is the primary for Kong fights Giant A. Oh, it is the 2024 one. It's this one. I keep getting clips of this one, I guess. Yeah, it is this one because he's got the mechanical arm. I gotta watch the new Godzilla. Yeah, I didn't know it was the latest one. I guess it kind of makes sense though with how the graphics looked. I like this. This is cool. The lights are very pretty. I like this look. Okay, well I just wanted to look at the picture. Dinosaurs. Monkey. Oh my God, I'm cold. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, 21 Pilots released a new version of Drag Path on Spotify. And it's apparently like different. It's different to kind of loud. It's like a one in the middle. Damn my heart. But they added Drag Path to Spotify, but it's different. But now it's kind of like, wait, could I like 21 Pilots? Can you buy the Can you buy the original version? Can't wait for the new season of Monarch Legacy of Monsters Monsterverse to air next week. What's that about? I don't feel like I heard about that one. Okay. Okay. I remember what I wanted to do. Also, I would like to check if the Minecraft server has its icon now. Which I'd have to check by opening Minecraft. I kind of don't want to. Okay. At least not on this computer, because I don't want to crash stream. It's about Monarch, the original organization, and the god. Oh, that's cool. Oh shit, it's a new season. That means they're. Oh, that means their season's already, huh? Monarch, Legacy of Monsters. Oh, is this the one I think it is? Oh shit, it's got that guy from House, I think. I don't know, it kind of looks like him. I don't know. Oh shit. And it's got that guy. It's got that, the guy, this guy. I don't know what his name is, but I've seen him before. Ooh, shit. Like the first season, it's fun to watch. Shit. I might watch it myself then too. Yippee. Oh my god. That's cool. I didn't know they were doing like a TV series on it. I think the last, like, I feel like Godzilla thing that I saw had like the guy from Breaking Bad in it. There was just like a lot of like big like movie stars in it, and I was like, Alright, I guess it was a 2014 Godzilla. Yeah, because it had like the Scarlet Witch in it too. I was like, what the fuck? This was 2014? What the fuck? That's way late. Way earlier than I thought it was. Oh, I'm cold. It's cold in my office and I don't know why. Also, my cat is in an angry loaf. Oh, she's in such an angry little loaf because she's cold. 1 second. Here you go. No more angry loaf. No more angry loaf. Yeah. Alright. This year. I got that guy too. I've seen that guy before too. So many actors in this I recognize. Don't know their names, but I've seen them before. I just want to look at the actors. Aaron Taylor Johnson was fucking in this? Fuck, now I have to watch it. No. Fuck. Etched in the surface of evidence. Okay, I keep opening Affinity because I know what I want to do, but I keep forgetting to open the stuff. The surface, can you? And it connects to the Godzilla 2014 and the King of Monsters. Is there like a timeline? Godzilla movie timeline. I want a timeline. Like, I feel like I should watch them in like an order. Is this the timeline? Showa continuity, Heisa continuity, Kiryu continuity. Oh. You should look up the Monsterverse timeline. Monsterverse timeline. Dogma. Yes! Wait. I fucking loved Kong Skull Island, though. Kong Skull Island, that was like one of my... that was a good movie. Evidence. Find me. Monsterverse timeline, chronological watch order. Godzilla Awakening, Kong Skull Island. Skull Island had a Netflix series? Return to Skull Island. Birth of Kong, Godzilla. Wait, is this different? Kong Skull Island, a cinematic adventure between Kong? Oh, this is Kong, and this is Kong Skull Island, I think. Then Godzilla. Okay. Ooh, I have a little homework to do. Skull Island is... I know! It's so good! It's a core memory for me, Kong Skull Island is. Because I watched it for my birthday with a bunch of, like, it was... when it came out, the Beauty and the Beast movie live action came out. Oh, that includes the books and comics, I think? Oh, shit. I have homework to do. I've been feeling kind of like reading some comics recently, so that'll be a good endeavor for me. I have to finish another book I'm reading. It doesn't matter. um, but yeah, Beauty and the Beast live action came out, and my two girly pop friends were like, "Oh my god, we're gonna go see a movie for Elaine's birthday. We're probably gonna see that." No, we watched Kong Skull Island. Were they maybe mortified? Yeah, probably. Was that my problem? No. I wanted to watch Kong Skull Island, so we watched Kong Skull Island. That shit banged, man. That shit banged. There's probably like 2014 as a 14-year-old. That shit was actually, when did that come out? Kong Skull Island, 2017. 17. That shit banged, bro. John Goodman is John Goodman still alive? I like John Goodman a lot. He's still alive. Yeah, he is. Yippee! I gotta watch 10 Cloverfield Lane, man. That's one of those movies that I really gotta watch. Okay. I need to rewatch that film. Yeah, I was watching, I think I was watching a Creepcast episode. And they were talking about it, and I'm like, fuck, it was, what episode? It was like, I found the bunker of, like, oh, fuck. I found the bunker of a prepper family, and it was the plot is kind of similar to 10 Cloverfield Lane, so I want to watch that at some point. I got a DM Vexed, because I would like, if you have any time today, may I have some SCPs to read? Because I would like to read some SCPs today as well. I can't learn my guardian when you don't go. Okay, so I kind of want to do Rye or Die. I might keep. I realized I learned in the video that I made today, or that came out today. I put cock instead of caulk, like the tool. And I die because it's a little embarrassing, but at the same time, I'm kind of like, well, you know what? Oh, well. Oh, well. Because it's funny, but I'm like, I was thinking about changing it, but meh. Hey, ladies. Welcome on in. My most recent watch is the 8mm, the Sinister Record Marvy video, and not gonna lie, was pretty good. I should watch that too. Thank you for the check-in and the vibe check. Oh my god, my hands are like cold. God, I hate being a woman sometimes, because the menses fucking take the fucking life force out of you, man. Alicia Cooper, bonk? Give me that bonk. Thank you for the bonk. Okay, so next month. Next month is Cryptid Month! Yippee! Yeah. Look at that little baby. Okay, so we obviously, I think, ooh. I kind of want to do like I feel like I have to do Mothman. Like Mothman, and then I think I'm going to do a Wendigo. There's so many cryptids that I could do in the month of March, but like it's like I can't do all of them. I have to space them out a little bit. Is this for March? This is for March. I decided that I should work on them today because I have like a bunch of art things that I want to work on, but I think doing this ahead of time would be good. You absolutely have to have a leprechaun. Okay, wait. Leprechaun. Which baby? Which of the babies? I kind of want a St. Patrick's Day and all. Yeah, I forgot about that. Hold on. Which of these little babies? Sorry. Which of these little babies, the top 3, which one would you say gives leprechaun energy? I don't know which one, because one of them I'll dress up as a leprechaun. Yeah, I think I'll do like a leprechaun, flowers, because March is like spring, middle, 3rd. The middle is Mothman coded. That's my cat. I mean, I can't do Mothman because I'm already doing well. Actually, you know what? Leprechaun and then Mothman Moira would actually work very well because it's the MM. And then So Young could be Spring So Young, bro. S and S, bro. And then I could do, what other cryptids do I like? There's too many. There's too many. I can't fit them all. But it's okay. It's for longevity. I mean, next year I could do more. Leprechaun is technically Fae, which is Yo Cryptid. Yeah. It works. It works really well. Because I was thinking of basing it on, I don't know how scary I'll make it. But when you said Leprechaun, I thought about the Leprechaun horror movie. I don't know if you've seen that. Also, welcome on in data list. I hope you're doing well. Leprechaun movie. Is it this one? Yeah, this one. This one. Thank you for the check-in. I don't know why it makes me think of that one. Well, I was gonna say we could do the Jersey Devil. That could be fun, but technically we had Beezy in one, who is a Jersey Devil. So I think we could do like a Jersey Devil next year. It's been a wild week, but I'm making do understandable. Well, I appreciate you making time to come in here, and I hope like I can at least give you a day of relaxation, or just chill vibes at the very least. Sam Squanch? Should I do the Sasquatch? Oh, that would go with like the SCP. We did like the we read the SCP 1000, I think. I think I'll do the Sasquatch then. Sasquatch. And yes, for the Wendigo, we are doing the more media version with the deer skull, because it's my favorite. Okay. Okay, cool. Thank you for this help. We can now get to drawing. Which, to get to drawing, I need to open not that application. Not that one. What is Epic Games doing in here? Oh, I guess it was for Unreal, is why I have that open, actually. I guess that makes sense. Unreal Engine. I'm fucking cold. Guys, I want to play more Roots Devour today. I think I'm going to play more Roots Devour today. That shit was fun. I want to know more about the companions. Let's see. Damn, I'm so sorry. You just need the Kiss vendor one, huh? I'm sorry if this lags the stream. God, I want to get more art so badly, but I need to wait for a new ref sheet. On God, where's your ref sheet coming in? Because I want to draw you an emote. I want to make you emotes. Let me make you emotes. But I will wait. I do not mind waiting. I will wait. Downloading. X knock on the coffin lid bundle now. Are you done? Okay, it's done. Jesus. So many things I need to update. Why does dispatch have an update? Ooh, Kleka got an update. What Kleka got an update about? Launch? Launch? Yo, it's like out? Is it out now? Damn, you got the rose maiden again? That look is kind of crazy. Yo, it's like out? Yeah, yo, it's out. It came out today. I want to play it at some point. Maybe. Oh my god, that's so cool. I'm glad it came out. Yeah, out of here for now. Get out of here for now. This one should be soon because you already sent me the new pics with the base colors all done. Nice. I'm excited. I am excited to draw you again. Let me do this, and then we'll do So Young first. Okay, Shift N, and then we're gonna have spring. Yeah, spring. So we gotta make flowers. Fuck off. Spring flowers. Wait, click. I got a yeah, it came out today. It came out today. Need more people to play Clecco with. Wife, I got it for wife, but I fear that it may not be a game that she's very interested in. But yeah, it came out. 1.0 came out today, and I'm like, fuck yes, bro. Lunar New Year. Oh, did they have the Lunar New Year stuff in the Steam China? Wish I had the finance part. I love the art stuff. The finance? Do you not have the game? I love that art style. Oh god, it's kind of fun. It's simplistic, but it's fun. I've been liking a lot of games that have it. Need more homies for co-op in general. Oh god. Hi, Pixels. Oh god. I'm thinking of something. I was thinking of something and now I forgot. Oh, it's the point shop. No, I don't have Klecka and Brokey this month. Fair. I mean, ooh, they have spooky stuff. I don't really want any of these though. They don't have That's so unfortunate. So usually with the no, they do. Do I want any of these? I don't. I got the cow one. I got the Year of the Cow. Or the ox one. I think that's on my... Is that still on my profile? No. I used to have it, though. I have a data list. If maybe you want sometime, I could get it for you. I could get it for you. Very positive. Bus flipper. I'm tired of games looking like this, though. On God, games like this, I'm kind of tired of them looking like it. They're like fun, but put a little pizzazz in your textures. Like, come on. Star Sand Island. Diablo 2. Half Sword. High on Life 2. I liked High on Life a lot. I just got mixed reviews. Yo. Quarantine Zone. I do want to try Quarantine Zone sometimes, but it feels like the gameplay loop is kind of meh. Alright, I don't know why I'm looking at this. Anywho. Spring flowers. Okay, we're gonna start with making flowers. Oop. I wish Klecko was more than 4 players. I'll ask wife if she's a... I'll ask wife if she wants to play it sometime. I do want to... I mean, it'd be paying you back for the game that you got me. You got me the coin slot game. Got 1.0 release. Sometime again. I mean, hey man, here, listen. You got me. Sorry, my brain is like totally not here. You got me Clover Pit. I can get you Klecka. It was a birthday gift though, if I recall. My birthday hasn't. It was a Christmas gift. Yo, and it's on sale, bro. Shut the fuck up. This is a game. Shut the fuck up. Happy belated Valentine's Day, my dude. Am I spelling it? I did spell it wrong. I was like, what the fuck? Okay. It's on sale. It's like, whatever. Besides, then, like, if you have other people to play it with, you can always do that. Like, I know maybe you don't have friends to play it with, but it's like, I'm queuing chili beans again. Dude, this song has been living in my head rent-free. This one? The Moss? The Moss? This is how the tomorrow goes. Nobody knew and nobody knows. No, this one? Oh, okay. Fair, fair, fair. I'm excited to listen to it. If it's been haunting you, maybe it'll haunt me. I wanted 8. There we go. And to goes to flow. Go. Hello! Yeah, you're one of 3 people on my friends list that owns it. I mean, like, I do want to at some point do, like, a... What the fuck do you call it? Like a community game night. Just haven't had energy because I'm a woman. This, like, I was like, on God, actually, I was like kind of wanting to do it this month, but I didn't do it this month because I guess my body decided that I'm a woman this month and that it doesn't matter if I take birth control or not, but it's like, whatever. Sorry if that was TMI. Sorry. Sorry. I took them on in. It's on Netflix. It's from a Netflix anime of all things. One thing I'll never watch in my life. I mean, to each their own, but, like, fair. Sometimes those songs be banging. Are you a woman every month? No. Not when you take things that make it so you don't have to be that way every month, actually. Also, thank you. Just like, why as apex predators? Because, you know, we are apex. Why is it like this? But I guess all animals are like this, huh? Like, I think all female mammals are like this. You're about to see something TMI, so I'm gonna do a trigger warning now. If you don't want to hear about menstruation, it's not gonna be a long thing, but I'm just gonna look it up. Do all mammals have hair? Have belly buttons, have periods? No, not all mammals have periods. In fact, roughly 98. What do you mean 98% of them don't? The farm. The majority, most female mammals, dogs, cats, horses go into heat or estrus. They're only fertile during this period. They don't bleed. Or they show lights. Blah blah. Calvin, human woman, let's go. I'm pretty sure we're like, we got a big brain. We're so smart or whatever. I don't know. Turn is quite rare, even with animals. Well, why? Why is it this way? I don't want to read all that. Basically, your body hormonally abusing you for not. That's terrible. Can we evolve out of that? I don't want this. Oh, this is a cute song. I just want to evolve out of this, guys. It doesn't make sense to me. I didn't rotate this fully correctly. Man. LDev. We might not be apex predator, but we have nukes. Exactly. Okay, listen. How can we fucking have nukes and still have periods? Like, what the fuck? Why? We aren't considered an apex predator because we're no longer part of the ecosystem. Oh, okay, that's fair. I mean, that's pretty fair, but, like, at the same time, get to it, humanity. Come on. Fix this shit on up. I don't want this anymore. I've never, like, Here's the thing. I haven't had this kind of problem in years. In years. Because I'm on birth control, and it's so draining. It's so fucking draining, dude. I hate it. Makes me emotional. Like, oh my god, have you guys heard about Punch the Monkey? So this is sad, and I would be sad overall, but when I found out about this monkey named Punch and his story, oh my god, was my soul sobbing. Like, I was fighting back. Tears. Please don't punch the monkey, what the fuck? No, his name is Punch. And he was abandoned by his mom, and he was given an orangutan plush to make him feel better, and then he counts it as his mom, and fucking he holds on to it and takes care of it like it's his mother, and it's his only friend. He recently got adopted by a trio of other monkeys of the same species, though. But like, oh, it hurts my feelings. Routinely or one-off could be fun to vibe. Yeah. I'll probably do that at some point. I just wish I had someone to help me schedule stuff sometimes, because like, I don't know, I can make the time. I'm just dead brain. But monkey make me sad. Anywho, flowers are cool. I don't know if I want to stroke this. You want me to? Maybe. I think I do at least want to try it in like the month of March, because I think that would be fun. Outline for me. Emotion. I think it's hard because like the only other time like I've done like community stuff is with my Minecraft server, which by the way has a new mod pack on it, so if anybody wants to try it, they can. It's kind of cool, it's kind of fun, and by kind of fun I mean it's really fucking fun. Ew, sorry, my color was just not the color I wanted. I think I don't know, not to be weird or anything, I hope it's not weird, but being on this cycle, bro, drives me a little nuts, because I would say in my personality, while I am feminine presenting, I feel like I'm pretty gender neutral. With the way I talk, with the way I act, with the way I joke. But man, this shit got me all sorts of not feeling as neutral, and it's kind of bugging my brain. Okay. I got one flower. I don't know how I feel about the flower. Do you identify gender neutral? I identify as a woman. Like, I am a lady. I am she, her. But I'm like, past tense would call it tomboy, but gender neutral do be accurate. Yeah. I don't know. You know what? No. You know what I like to be? I don't like to be gender neutral. I don't like to be tomboy. I like to be a goober. I like to be a little hamster sack. A sack of hamster. Just a little thing that exists in a small, round form. That is me. That is what I think of myself as. Like, I'm that. I'm just a little small, like a fucking hamster fat. Like, I'm just this. This is me. You know? And yeah, there's female and male hamsters or whatever. But I look at this and I go, hamster. That's it. It's just hamster. You are being incarnate. Exactly. I'm just a dude. I'm just a dude. DOOD. That's it. Why can't that be a pronoun? More of a gender is convenient for the bit. Yes, I'd say yeah. It's me. It's me. I don't know. Sorry. I'm just in a silly, goofy mood today. Okay, also I realize how I should have done this. I kind of want my tablet. I can go to hell. Me, you said wake up, wake up, call Yibi. The thing that I want to connect my tablet with is on the floor and I can't reach it. I don't know. My brain is goop. The only thing my brain knows is I want to make a pretty house in Minecraft and I want to eat things in Roots Devour. Wait, where's my stuffed animal? Oh, okay, he's right there. Sorry, I got a new stuffed animal recently and he is so cute. And I want to make sure he is near me at all times because he is a new baby. And his name... I know we all said he might be named Wallace, but that's going to be his middle name. His first name is Percival. Hi, Fox. Welcome on in. Okay. No more of this. Let's get this red in here. I'm going to change this down to an 6. I like... 6 is a... Sorry, my computer decided to do Morse code. Oh. Sorry, it's still deciding to do Morse code. Sorry about that. My bad. It happens sometimes when I plug in my tablet and I try to use it too quickly. Alright, I want to kind of do like a... And then like a flower here, I think, is like my plan. Yeah. The robots are trying to communicate. Shh. Shh. What the fuck is that? What the fuck was the computer's name in I Have No Mouth, But I'm a Scream? I'm a Scream robot name. Am. It is just Am. Shush, Am. You can talk to people later, Am. We are doing things right now. We are making cute little things. Okay. I kind of want like a spring flower wreath, maybe. I think that'd be better. Yes, it is trying to. It still has a use code. It's fucking. There you go. Boop, boop. I really think I should make that milkcgg to reinforce the milkcgg kind of like usage, but like, and it's also shorter to write, but I'm lazy, and I'll change it eventually when I remember. Smile. Actually, I'm gonna make this smaller just so that way. That's not smaller. That's bigger. I'm losing you, a demon. I don't really know how to draw many flowers. Like, I only know how to draw, like, daisies. Daisies and, you can also do milkies. True. That's true. Unknown to escape. Hold on. How many players... Kletka have more than just 4 players? I'm just curious. Up to 6 players? Wait, up to 6 players? Are we sure about that? Up to... It says it on the fucking Steam store page. I might be illiterate. Okay. At least I know now. I think it's because everything and its fucking mother has been, 4? They must have been following Repo's, success. Maybe it could have always been 6. No, I feel like it was 4. But, I don't know. It's like, is this a thing in here? Dynamics. Okay. Reading is so hard. Don't worry about it. Thank you. Okay, maybe I need a little stabilization. It's not that much. 6 gives more potential for those bigger friend groups. Oh god, hi, still doomed punk. Welcome on in. But yeah, no, dude, I could have sworn it was just. Yeah, I think I said it with like when I was playing Repo one time is that like, or no, when I was playing Peak last time is 6 is such a good number. I think 6 is a really well-rounded number because like I think most friend groups have like 5 friends, I want to say. Like, it's usually around, like, 5 friends. And so I'm glad that they upped it to 6, because I feel like 6 is just a good number. Boop. I have to do, like, a rose-looking flower. I always have to when I do flowers. But, no, I'm glad that they did that, because, like, I don't know. Like, I get 4. Like, to be fair, to be completely frank, in a friend group, to have, like, in a psychological sense, everybody to have a buddy, no one to feel left out, everyone can kind of have their own space, 4 is a really good number. But the times that people actually only have 4 people that want to play a game at a time is not high. And unless all 4 people are really close together, it's like, It's like hard. Besides, if you're playing squads in Call of Duty Warzone, hell, I don't even have my squad filled while playing squads. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's just about who you... 6 gives opportunity for partners. Yeah, like, I think 6 is really good if you have a group that, like, intermingles. Hi, Zoe. Intermingles partners. Like, it's a really good group of people that can, like, change groups and stuff in a way, or like you can make teams and stuff like that. It's a really good number. 4 is too small to do like team things, in my opinion, because then it does become a divide where it's just essentially just 2 people. But hey, it's Call of Duty. As a Call of Duty player myself, that's how it be. You can't expect them to have any sense of brain cells. They sold their brain cells to Bethesda. Or not Bethesda. Well, Treyarch? Well, I guess it depends on the game. Because, like, fucking 10 different studios make Call of Duty. How you doing, Zoe? I hope you're doing well. Oh my god, my nose is, like, so stuffed. Activision? Okay, thanks. Yeah, I guess Activision is their publishing company, I think? And, like, Treyarch is the development studio, I think. I don't remember, man. Need more spring flowers. Boop, boop. I want to do, like, the daffodil. I think this is a daffodil. Go for... I'm a seal. Oh. Welcome to my TED Talk, why friend slab sizes are directly linked to the popularization. I could see that on God, though. Hey, how the Call of Duty team is on God, man. Low key, while I think both induce toxic behavior to one degree or another, I will say that I do like... you look so quick. Thank you. I do like Fortnite more. While Fortnite has more microtransactions, at least you gotta fucking keep the skins. At least you gotta fucking keep the goddamn skins. You know? Yeah, some of you haven't seen this, but yeah, I could be a seal. I've always wanted to be a seal, so now I can be. I don't know how to draw this. Fortnite's a lot more chill, not gonna lie. Yeah. And they have this song. This song is in Fortnite. I miss the old COD team. I am friends with 3. Whoa, that's so cool. I bet they're having a good life being fucking Activision employees. I was applying myself. I'm invested in this TED Talk and I'm taking notes. I mean, it just makes sense. It just makes sense. Also could be related to the VTuber culture. Not gonna lie. Fortnite was a fantastic game idea, but it got way too big for its own good. Yeah, I mean, like, I think there are things where it's like, it's got its own pitfalls, in my opinion. But it's not as bad as Call of Duty, in my opinion. So, to each their own. I will say them partnering with Warner Brothers is a very interesting play on their behalf, and I'm interested in where that line of thought goes for them. I don't know what other flowers I want to do. I don't know what other flowers to draw. A tulip? One of them said they would run over one of the new COD team members. I could see that. That makes sense. It's a lot more beginner friendly. Yeah. I mean, it was made for a younger audience, but I feel like because it's just so open to like play, like because it's like a free game as well, that like it's just easier to get into overall. Like especially when they added the no build mode. Like I could play the no build mode for hours, honestly. It's built for youngins, yeah. Like if you want the feeling of like Rainbow Six or like Call of Duty, I would not go to Fortnite. But if you're just looking for something to like just dick around with your friends and like shoot things at the same time, like coincidentally shoot things at the same time, then I'd say Fortnite's not bad. He said killing someone in a cat cafe. Hell, he was there during the original Modern Warfare. Damn, OG know what he's talking about. And like I'm not surprised, you know, that like people from the OG Call of Duty days being like, that's Slaughter and my baby. Turned her into a skin shop, in my opinion. It did. But you can't lie, some of those skins are kind of nice. You excited for the new KFC jelly beans? KFC jelly beans? KFC jelly beans? Excuse me? He didn't regret the no Russia mission? What does this mean? What does that mean? I'm just drawing like whatever flower I can think. I don't like this one. At the bottom of the valley. Yo, we got 3 different flavors: corn, fried chicken, and gravy. What the fuck? That's kind of crazy. I want to try the chicken one and the corn one. Oh, my eye is so fucking annoying today. I got a fucking sty in my eye somehow, and I can feel it. And it's pissing me off. Apparently, you can't pop styes, which is annoying because it's just like a clogged pore, but like it's different. Mm-hmm. Hi, Flame. Oh yeah, they cool as fuck. Don't get me wrong, but on God, Fortnite was the leader in fuck ass crash ads and franchise. On God, like Fortnite is the definition of making money off of kids. Unfortunately, it is. Out of every comp FPS I played, Apex has to be the worst when it comes to new players. That makes sense. It is kind of a harder learning curve, but Fortnite is definitely the golden child when it comes to how do we make money off of children. I think they've strayed away from it a bit more now. Like they don't really want money from children because that's not where money comes from. They're kind of going for like teens and young adults now, especially with their recent collabs, but it is a money sink. But at the very least, at least you don't lose your skins every year. The FOMO in children is insane. It is. And I'm gonna be honest, I worked at a company where I worked at a job where they were trying to capitalize on that, and it was scary, and I'm glad I don't work there anymore. Our success has been falling down in the same rabbit hole, and honestly, so cringe. On God. On God, it makes me so sad, because I don't particularly like hero shooters, and I've gotten to come around to liking Marvel Rivals a bit more. Just because, like, it's just a game to play with friends more than I like the game itself. Like, I like the art style of Marvel Rivals more than anything else. But, sorry, I'm trying to fit more Sakura petals in here because I feel like I can. I really liked Rainbow Six Siege, like, years ago, but then it just kind of became like an Overwatch, and I'm just kind of like, eh. There's too many. Fuck RS, I got banned for no reason. Shit. Hell, even M Shadows of Avenged Sevenfold helps the modern Call of Duty zombie shit. Elaine likes the terrorist himself, Jeff. You came out of lurking just to say this. Listen, he's a little guy. Can you blame me for liking a little guy? He's just a cute little guy. What do you want? There isn't anything quite good for Milsim based as early as balance as R6 early days. The power creep and nerf mentality was the first strike. They tried too hard to stay. Yeah, on God. Like, I wish they like would have stayed with like how it was in the beginning. Because, like, even though I came into it later in the game, it's just kind of like, they should have skipped it. But at least they didn't have the CS level skin market. You know, listen, good old CSGO days were the prime. I remember playing CSGO, not for the Gamba, not for the skins, because I liked CSGO. And I'm just saying, FPS is just ain't what they just ain't what they used to be, and it makes me sad. Sorry, I'm like sucking on that straw a little too hard, and it keeps moving the fucking words in my brain that don't want to leave my body. Keeps moving the straw, my glass straw. They tried to get into the skin market too, and it flopped hard. Yeah, I will say, R6 when I played it had a porcelain skin, and it's been the only game that I really like. I just wish other games had was like, I don't know if it was this one. But I thought Six Siege. It was like fucking. I thought it was the porcelain skin. I prefer the older Call of Duty Operation skin. So then I mean the new cut. Yeah, the new ones are kind of meh. Like, they really fell off with the last two games. I don't want to have to load up. They had like a porcelain skin. No, it's not the White Dragon stuff. It was. March 2019 was the last sense. Well, yeah. Yeah. What is it? Oh. Hi, I DM'd you if you're still looking for SCPs. I am. I'll be reading them later today. But that's probably the last thing that we'll get into today. But thank you, Vex. Thank you. I don't know what it's called. Old skins. Is there like a catalog of skins? Give. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It wasn't the Black Eye stuff. My favorite Blackout season was Operation Apocalypse Z. I don't know that one. I stopped playing after, like, before they started adding in, like, the Black Eye stuff, I think. It's this one. Weapon skin siege. The Royal F2 skin, I think. Ew, you can really see the fucking normal map in that shit. This one, the Royal bundle. they have more images of it. Fucking royal skin. Look at that black skins for the season. They are amazing, bet. But yeah, no, this one, I think it was this one, the royal skins for Rainbow Six. I really liked these ones. Only because, like, the fucking dark blue and navy, the navy blue and the gold are my favorite colors. And it was really nice. I think it was this one, or at least it had this, like, aesthetic to them, and I liked them a lot. But I was it's almost 8 years now. Yeah. Copy. Paste. Black out skins. Oh. Yeah. Wait, this is Call of Duty. Whoop. I just sees X. There's some potential in it, but honestly, so much slop and toxicity. Yeah, it's just kind of meh. That like they've already tarnished it. Oh, these are fun. The zombie skins are cool. Also, I will say I don't like that Call of Duty locks fucking skins behind fucking the battle royale and zombies. I only have time to play multiplayer, and that's it. And some of the cooler colors are in the battle royale stuff and the zombie stuff, and it makes me sad. I don't know what other flowers to add. My hand is cold. Oh, those ones would be nice. Honestly, I think I should have. One of the skins you could always get was M Shadows of Avenged Sevenstone, and his skin is badass. That's fair. I'm gonna be honest, I don't really spend money on Call of Duty anymore now that I have felt the sting of losing my skins every year. It hurts my soul too much. Okay, I think I got a vibe for what I'm doing. So I'm gonna merge down. And I'm going to make this less apparent. And then I'm gonna do a new layer. Spring season flowers, names, and pictures. What is this? I think we need. Hold on, let me look at like a crown spring. You missed it with the Warzone. I really only played Verdansk and never touched it since they didn't continue the DMZ story. And look it up and admire the badass aura that comes from it. Fine, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. It's not really my thing. I'm gonna be honest. I'd get him. I forget his name, but he doesn't look as bad as the. There was another set of I'm thinking of Fortnite. Fortnite added a metal band, and it was kind of ass. They looked kind of bad. Boom, boom, boom. I need more leaves. Metallica, yeah, they added Metallica and it looked kind of bad in my opinion. Honestly, like their people skins, like their like IRL people skins are kind of hit or miss. Like either they do it like really well or they kind of make them ass. And it's really unfortunate because that just means they have people that are skilled enough to do like really nice stuff, but they rush them too much. How short a stream we talking? I'm only gonna be streaming for another 3 hours, I think. Yeah, because I have D&D at 6. So pretty short, pretty short. I need to start drawing this in the line thickness that I want. The boom, 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 boom. That's 36, please. Danny Trejo is the other dude. Yeah, thank you. Danny Trejo. I'd get Danny Trejo, honestly. Will this fix the thing I want? It does fix this problem that I have. Hello, Norman. Thank you for sharing your streak with me. 75. Damn. Unless I'll be able to join for a little bit at the end. I gotta go gym and do some grocery shopping. No problem. Have good grocery shopping. I hope you get some yummy snacks. Adoria, thank you for popping in. How's your day, Norman? Are you doing all right? I hope you're having a good day. My brain is just fucking dead. I don't know how to draw anymore. I drew this one really well, and now I'm just like, yeah, okay. It's a day. Understandable. Well, I hope that hanging out here can give you a nice, give you some comfort. We're just drawing flowers and probably some cryptids. It'll be a fun time. Boop. Oh, you're so sweet. Mwah. Thank you, thank you. I feel like this 6 is too thick. And that makes me sad because, like, okay, that's not the size I wanted. I like thicker lines for pixel art, but it's just not working for this. I guess I don't really draw with my pen tablet when it comes to pixel art. But I think I've just become more loose with like how my art feels in general, which is nice. Feels less restrictive. A little one here. Nothing comes easy, you and I. Okay, and then let's do like, ooh. I'm gonna do like another flower here, I think. I think some sakura petals here wouldn't look bad. But they have to originate from here. A little darker. And nothing comes easy. Running around. Right, there we go. I think that'll be okay. I don't know. Alright, let's get a different color. Oh my god! I could crochet flower headbands. Oh my god, I didn't know that. I learn new things every day. Shit. I want to make one. I might crochet one after D&D. Wait, I didn't make those leaves big enough. They're not leaves, they're petals. No. Hi, Momo Bean. wellness check. I will redeem that in two seconds. Easy, easy. There we go. Shift N, and then let me drink water. And then I want to do like one more flower variant, I think. Of like, might be able to fit in like tulips. Yeah, I can fit in some tulips. Boop. And then let's add another daisy here. Oh, I cry. There you go. And then, ooh, this is a little cluttered, I think, actually. Maybe this one can have a little bit more of those sakura petals. They're shorter. Oops. Did I put that on the same layer? Shit. I don't know if I'll like this one. I don't know if I like this one either. Same with this guy. Let me finish like these guys. Let me get a color palette that I like. Will purple look good against? Yeah, I think purple would be nice. Let's do this set. Actually, I really like this color set. These purples and greens are nice. Let me grab this purple. Actually, I want that on this one. This one going on top. And do we have any pinks? Like this pink. This is the lighter pink. We want the deeper pink. A little bit darker. A little bit darker. And then let's do like a white for this guy. A little lighter white though, I think. And then this guy goes below. And I'll grab, it's like darker purple, I think. I think this side needs a tulip. If I duplicate and then make it a negative. Guys, I was thinking, would you guys be okay if I did like something for my birthday? Like a, I don't know what it would be though. Cause I don't want to say subathon because we're gonna do that in May. I don't know. Maybe I'll just do an open lobby thing for my birthday. If you guys want to play games with me, maybe we could do that. I think I like that idea. Why wouldn't we? Okay, so you're bringing up you're bringing up a very valid point that if my therapist heard one birthday, March 23rd. If my therapist heard me say what I just said, she'd be like, girl, she'd be like, you need help. And then I'd be like, but you are my help. And she'd be like, yeah, that's true. I don't know. I guess it's been hard for me to plan something because, like, originally our plan for stream was to debut. My plan was to debut. Motherfucker Aries, let's go. But yeah, my original plan was to debut, and unfortunately we can't do that anymore. So it's like, I was like, I don't know what I'm gonna do. And I also don't know when we're gonna be doing any, it's just, I usually, whenever, hi, happy, debuts are overrated anyway. On God, that's why, like, imagine if I didn't, like, if I did, like, the traditional debut shit, you wouldn't see this model for, like, another, like, 3 months? And I think that's high-key crazy. Like, I'd rather just amp it up. But I want to do, like, a re-debut kind of thing. To start, to set up a new chapter for us. But at the same time, I'm kind of like, bruh. An open lobby sounds like maybe something like Jackbox. Yeah, I was thinking like Jackbox or, what else was I thinking? I don't know what else. I haven't thought of a lot, to be honest. I'm like, I kind of just woke up this morning thinking about it, like, that could be our community night, to be honest. Yeah, if we want. I wouldn't mind that. That sounds nice. It's very circumstantial. That's fair. That's fair. But that's why I was like, a birthday, new model, yippee. And I, like, that was going to be, like, internally, that was going to be my mental excuse for, like, all of it. Is like, oh, we're having a debut, and it's my birthday. We're celebrating my birthday by having a new model kind of thing. But I'll think of something else. Wait. Elaine has an idea. How? No, but this is, like, really far out, though, I'm pretty sure. I have to go to my Twitch. Twitch integrated stuff where chat can mess with the game would definitely... Yes! Yes, that would be fun. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna put this in my notes. Elaine birthday gonna be community night games. That would actually be fun. If you're far out... Aw, like the real pro ones with the multiple person teams behind them or an agency, it kind of makes sense to have a strong launch and beforehand because they have resources. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh shit. It's been, oh my God, it's been a year since we hit 1K. That's actually, and we're almost at 2K. Holy fuck. What the fuck? That's crazy. September and December are too far away. I don't know. I'll just roll with it whenever it happens. Because there's things in the works with the whole debut culture at VTuber is just hype pander in my... Oh, that's a good point. That's a really good point, though. I think that's why I just wanted to line it with, like, a holiday. It's all you and kind of, like, you go at your organic pace. Yeah. Because that's why, like, when I transitioned to using this model that I have now, I just did it. I was just like, and we're here. And this is me now. Because, like, then, like, you know, you gain familiarity with this model. And if I have, like, new outfits and stuff, you'd already be comfortable with this model. But at the same time, I don't know. I remember I originally wanted to debut in October and then had to push it to December. And since today is March 17th. That's fair, but the model's not going to be done until probably May. Like, and it's like, the thing is, it's not a new model. It's just more to this model There's some like minor fixes, new outfits and hairstyles and toggles and stuff that I want to like celebrate, but it's kind of like they won't be done for a while, so I must wait. I think I did this wrong. Ew, what the fuck? And it's gotta go this way. Yeah. And then this one be one that's behind, but more saturated. And then this one goes here. A little bit more this way. Yeah, tomorrow is more a revamp. Yeah, is it really a 2.0 or more of a revamp? It was originally. Momentum can be big for sure. I think what's up to for with I think that's what's up with Big Davies, because there's just definitely an essential element. If you disappear for ages, you kind of lose. Yeah, like when you debut stuff, you gotta keep consistent. You gotta keep going with that, or else like you'll see the number go woo and it goes down, and then you're like crushed. But and I'm just putting it as a tagline, you know. No, that's fair. That's why like instead of being like debut, I wanted to do it as like a birthday kind of thing, like a birthday celebration, but coincidentally there was a model reveal with it. But it had to be delayed because we're getting with the toggles. I might have added a few more things to it that we didn't have in the original plan, but it's gonna be really cool. It's not gonna be. It's not like crazy innovative, but I think it's gonna be really cool. Actually, I do want this to connect. But yeah, I don't know. Hi, Shippy. Like, I'm not super hardcore on the whole like, hi Tiki, hi. No. I mean, in a way, but no. I don't actually. Fun fact about this model: I don't have feet. I have nubs. I don't have toes. I have nub. And I think I like that fact that I don't have feet and that I have nubs. That way, never in my life will you guys be like, yo, feet pics? They feetless. Exactly. I just got nubs. Hi, Rye! Oh my god, shout out to Rye. We love Rye in this household. I was actually about to draw you. Well, I might not finish it today because I have to do D&D, but I was going to draw you as a milk bean today. You're in the list for my cryptid month. We say nub pics. No nub pics. Nub pics ain't free in this household. Cardi like it's your birthday. Give a fuck, it's not your birthday. I had to. God damn it, Vex. Did you have to? Real question is, did you have to? Appreciate you. Oh my god, I appreciate you and your big brain. Your big, beautiful brain. Okay, back to don't no. We're leaving the conversation. We're leaving that conversation behind. Now we are going to a new conversation. Look at these hibiscus flowers. Aren't they so cool? I'm gonna take one as a reference. You just make me laugh. We love nub pics. No. Do you actually want to see the nubs? I'll show them. So it's not. Hibiscus tastes good. Hibiscus tastes so good. The restaurant across my house, they're called the Thirsty Lion. They have a chain and stuff. They have a drink called, it's like hibiscus. It's like a mint hibiscus tea lemonade. And it's so fucking good. I'm going to show this for like 2 seconds because I'm insecure about my nubs. Look at my nubs. I have nubs. Oh, the Thirsty Lion. I love the Thirsty Lion. Yummy, yeah. These are my nubs. I don't have toes. I got beer cheese soup there one time. I love their cheese curds. Their cheese curds are so fucking good. Their cheese curds, ugh, so good. And their pretzel, ugh, also very good. I want this flower. This flower's nice. Hooves. Yo, it is kind of like I have hooves. Hold on, wait a second. That's gonna take forever to open again. No licking! No licking! Hacha! No licking! I cut the tongue. Not cut the tongue, but I bopped the tongue with a book. Oh my god, I never thought about that. Yo, that's fucking fire, actually. Oh, okay. Cowhoosh. Hold on, wait. I need to paste this before I lose this sprite thing. I think I'm get in love. Okay. Give me a hug. This is not how this works. When your shoes are on, they just look like hooves. Yeah, I think like I have a few shoes. I have these shoes. I have these shoes. These shoes make it look like more like human feet. And then I have these shoes. I think they kind of look like hooves. Now that I think about it. Damn. I don't feel so bad about my nubs anymore. Secretly, Elaine has hooves. Actually, wouldn't it be funny if I had like cat feet? Wouldn't make sense, but it'd be funny. Streaking! Yippee! Thank you for sharing with me your streak. That means a lot to me. How do cat feet work? Hold on. Where's the symmetry tool? Symmetry. Oh, one. Where the fuck is it though? Pause with the toe beans? Exactly. How the fuck do cat feet look like? I love cat feet. Like the way that cat feet be, like when they stand, there's an animation about this where like instead of having the flat foot, you like kind of go up with your foot, and it's so much better. Cat feet are just the cat feet are just made better. Cat feet are just better. Just have cat feet. Optimize mint mergers. And I said I got testimony. Oh, good luck, good luck, good luck. I like see, listen, I am not a feet person. I do not like feet. Feet fetish. You guys can keep that. You guys can have that. That's not no. You know? But cat feet though, they're so cute. Cats can control their claws. I like pressing on my cat's paw to like get her little nails to come out. I think it's fun. Cuz I've never owned a cat before her. But cat paws are cute. They are cute. Just little baby Pete's. This is actually looking like a normal foot. This just kind of looks like a normal foot, doesn't it? Oh, do we have the... We do have the paper layer, so I can... Wait, don't you have a pet cat right now? I do. She's walking around right now. I never had a cat before her. I've only ever had dogs. Got around the edges. Wait, hold on. My brain is like I think a cat leg, I think is what I keg. Cat leg. Yeah, like the little Pete's. Look at the billy. It's like that, and then it's like I think this is more like this. Or I guess hold on. So then like this would be more like this. Is that a wedge shaped? Oh, you're right. Wait. Oh, why did my brush change? Ew, my brush changed. I didn't like that. I love this little tangent that we've gone on. And then it'd be like this. Yes! Wait, is it bigger? It's like bigger. Like this part is like more connected, I think. So it'll be like this, and then like this. Meow. Worthy endeavor indeed. Thank you, thank you. So I don't listen. These are cat legs. I think cat legs serve a very different purpose and look very different to human legs. Okay, I feel like it's different. I feel like you saying it's same is different. It different. But what if we just detailed them for the next 2 hours? Yo, I don't have enough. I don't have the brain capacity for that, dog. Ooh, I want to see if I can fit them in my shoes. The biggest thing is I want to see if I can fit them in my shoes. That reminds me, did you see the cat video? I don't think I did. Hold on, let me look at it right now. Oh, my feet need to be way bigger. Is it really Lorraine if she doesn't get sidetracked? Teehee puts hair behind ear. A teehee. Conte cubby. I feel like I've seen this. What did he do? Oh my god! That's 7688. Welcome on in. Oh, he's like, fuck this, dog. You upset him. You licked his paw without his consent. Yeah, I think my cat would do the same if I licked her paw. There's been a time where like I did this thing. I saw it on TikTok once where like the owner like would have like the cat like lick their sorry, I had like the burps. Lick their hand and then would take the saliva from the cat and then just be like would like pet the cat with it, so it's kind of like so it's kind of like you're grooming the cat, but it's with its own saliva, so it's not like freaked out. I like VTubers that have cat feet. Yeah, with the I've also seen the wet toothbrush one, but it's like the cat will like lick the owner's like hand or like thumb or something, and then they'll just brush the head of the cat with the thumb that got licked. And I did that to my cat. She was actually she was like, "Oh, this was fine." Because it don't smell like stanky human breath. That picture made me sad. I'm just gonna... Oh my god! Okay, I'll just look at this one. Look at this one. Front leg, hind legs. Oh, that's how it works? That works like that? That's weird. I didn't... It makes sense. It makes sense, but I didn't... Okay, so we got... I'm gonna make this less apparent. I know it's like a front view, so it's kind of hard to get the front view of a cat. Tiptoes, yeah, tiptoes. Like a dog. Like a dog. I realize my symmetry line is not really all that symmetrical, but that's okay. Oh my god. With your veil shut, baby, being so serious. And then like, so then I have like, boop, boop. This brush is not cooperating the way I want to. It's lagging a little bit. And then I'd have like toe beans. I wonder, I was about to like go along this like tangent line, because I like to have conversations in my head before I talk about them. But I was like, you know what? it would if humans had cat peats, like the way like I'm like if like they just had anthropomorphic cat peats, I think I'd be more okay with feet pics. But as I thought that, I was like, but would I though? Because like I don't like human feet because it's human feet. Would it be the same? We would definitely be more acrobatic, probably. But I was just like, sorry, my brain is like dying. But would I like it? Because it's kind of like, at that point, then it would be human feet. I'd be more used to like human feet, and people would probably still be deranged about cat feet. And like, I feel like it would be the same conundrum, but it's just the one cat feet. You know? Doing the curves, bruh. Why? Okay. Boop, boop. This was really bad. Lane probably got feet pics like with cute socks or stockings on them. Listen, I don't have any like sexual attraction to them, but I do like cat socks. I have cat socks. I wear the ones that I like. I'm missing one of them, but I have these cat socks, and I like wearing them. I like to wear the one that matches my cat because my cat's a tuxedo cat, and I like matching them and then going up to my cat and be like, "Look, same Pete." Yeah. Okay. Well, that was fun. Okay. Just gonna close this now. But yeah, I like them. They're soft and they're warm. I should wear them more often. Yes, our paws match Kibby. Yeah. I like matching Kibbies. Kibby shocks. Kibby shocks. Alright, back to this guy. Delete layer. I love slipper socks so much. They're just so cozy. Sorry. I don't know why this is hard. Oh, wait. Can I not just... There you go. They're so cozy. I think my only problem with the slipper socks that I have is I like really short slipper socks. Like ankle socks. Honestly, I kind of want to wear them. I have the calico ones near me. Hold on, I'm gonna put the calico ones on. Because my feet are cold. My heated blanket is not helping. But I have a bad habit of losing my socks around the house. Those are a bit harder to find. Yeah, I have like a pink pair. Ankle slipper socks. I also don't like super bulky ones. Because my feet get hot and then I'm like upset. But like, they're kind of like these ones. No, they're not. They're kind of like these, but they don't have like the band. There's a sock goblin in everyone's house. Yes, mine's name is Kiwi Goblin Books. He keeps taking my fucking socks. That's lore accurate. As the person that designed his VTuber model, it's true. The shorter ones, they make more like slippers. Yeah. Yeah. And I just want ankle socks that are just made out of the fluffy material. What am I listening to? What is this song? What is this song? Sorry, I heard the word horse vibe and it makes me remember. It reminds me of yesterday when I raided into Kaneko. And I was like, hey, my vibe radar said, you know, you got good vibes, so I came in here to raid you and stuff. but saying vibe radar sent the chat into a little tizzy of thinking they said vibrator, and I felt bad. It was really funny in my opinion, but I also felt bad. That is not what I meant to have them say. Yeah. I was like, oops. Oopsies. There we go. I'm lazy. I don't want to. I don't want to deal with it. It was pretty funny. I think it was pretty funny too. I just kind of felt bad though, because I was just like, don't know if that's the vibe of your gang, but you know, my bad. Yo, wait, why does the song kind of go hard though? Wait, why does the song kind of go hard though? I'm going the wrong way. I want this way. Try to get at the end of this stream. What do you mean? At the end of this stream, I think we're gonna raid Havoc. I think is my plan. And I don't know. I don't know. Stepped in by accident. It's okay. It's okay. It happens to all of us. Smile. Smile. Just coincidentally, I feel like that loops back to the video I made you. How do I want to do this? Everything's like a little bit flat. You're the original, right? Electric Callboy, we got the moves? I don't think so. Delete, merge down. Actually, no, don't merge that one down. I don't know what hat I want to give you guys for March. I think about it. Hello? What the fuck? Oh, no, it's because it's so slither. I was seriously so happy this morning. You gave... I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Dude, you're so cool. On God. I'm pretty sure it was, one of my... I'm not gonna name them in case they're shy about it, but... sorry, I had a burp. Shut. You're ruining the moment, dude. Someone in my chat recommended you, and I was like, hey, yo, this person's, like, hella cool. So I'm really happy I got to raid into you and learn about you. Color burn. Ooh, color burn is nice. Girl, whenever I ever shy, listen! Vex, I didn't want to put you on blast. Listen. It was Vexed. It was Vexed. Vex puts me on some really cool VTubers. So I'm happy. I'm happy. Happy. Hi, me, my love. Oh, this is like a saturated red, the center is. Then... give me this one. I still believe that Bruno Mars. Hibiscus bean? Yeah, we're doing a little... we're gonna have... because March is like spring, we're doing... spring So Young... Leprechaun BLT because of St. Patty's Day, and Mothman Moira to go with the crit pid stuff because chat said they were Mothman coded. And then we have Kiwi Saga's Rye and Heroic is the VTubers for this month. But hibiscus is like one of my favorite flowers, so starting with that as like the centerpiece for this. Show me now. I want the yellow. Oh. I don't really like the color I used here. Still kind of like purpley. I once had a hibiscus with leopard spots on it. Whoa, that's cool. That's really cool and very unique. Hi, Taylor. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a lovely day. Welcome. I'm gonna go this way. Agua de Jamaica. Yeah. Or some places call it Jamaica. I have learned. I put this on the same way. I gotta color it. I don't know if I said this, but I still like to think that Bruno Mars owes the government, or not the government. He's like owned by the mafia. or whatever that conspiracy theory was. I still like to believe that that's true. Yeah, this is on the same layer. Fuck. I don't really like how I did that. Because that was supposed to... Okay. Dang it. Boop, boop. Not sure anyone says Jamaica like that in this country. In the country. It's a like Spanish restaurants typically have it as Jamaica. Oh, okay. Get another favorite electric. I really like the collabs that Baby Metal has been doing recently. Honestly, like they did one with what the fuck do you call them? It's upsetting me that I am not remembering their name. Bring Me the Horizon, and it made me really happy. Oh my god, I'm not. That's a lot of colors. Oops. Boop boop. Psh, psh. No I. Hamaka? Hamika? Sent you a photo? Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me just finish this. I can't wait to see the pretty flower. I bet it's not as pretty as you, though, darling. Kingslayer, yes. That's fair. The center flowers are the center stems are different, but it's still really pretty. The center flowers are really poopy. Elaine's brain is crying a little bit. Hold on. And then it was fuzzy. That's fair, but it's still really pretty. That's a very unique looking flower. I like it a lot. I'll go back. I don't... Elaine brain not like this thing. But I'll keep it. I just want to change how this looks a little bit. Because, like, this one... No, this one has a thick outline to it, too. So then it's... Cries. It's this that I don't like. Because it's not matching it. I'll go first. Favorite? Probably hibiscus. Strawberry. Oh, there was one time I had, like, a cucumber one that I really liked. I don't remember the names if I'm honest, but I just remember that it had cucumber and I really liked it. I just realized it doesn't have two, it has one. I think I might be a little silly. I kind of want to redraw that. Where is it? Is it this one? It is. Okay. 5. Okay. Okay, so it's going this way. Oh no, Elena's, it's inverted. I'm stupid. Yeah, no, I really like the Mexican food here in Portland. It's really good. It's like one of my favorite cuisine types, I think. I don't, and then my brain is like not comprehending. Copy image. Actually, no, I can do it in here. Nope, nope, nope. Just want to flip it. Okay, so it goes... It's going... It's like this, so it's going this way. Yeah, okay, yeah, no, I see that now. Whoop. Alright, and then is this one two? No, yes it is. So there's one. Wait. Oh shit. And then this one. I don't know if I like this part right here. I think I kind of want it to be out. Well, no, that makes sense because it would be like up. Well, I think it will look better the other way. Yeah. I just realized that I never did a happy Valentine's Day post on Valentine's. Stinky boo boo brain. Oh well, it's okay. It's not like we don't have more Valentine's Day and holidays to celebrate. It'll be okay. Boop, boop. Man, I'm a bitch. I blurred that. I didn't mean to blur it. Actually, no, this should be this way. There you go. Okay. You know, we're just gonna do flat colors, I think, for now. I really like this color, though. Oop. Do I, though? I think I want to look at a drawing of a hibiscus flower. It's like a lighter pink. Whenever I think of hibiscus, I think of a lighter pink. Hi! Welcome on in, Mark. How are you doing? A little bit darker. Maybe like this. Be like that. And then we'll bring this pink back in a little bit. There we go. I think I like that more. Her eyes on the road. But I'm still wearing clothes. We want kids. And then I can do like the hot pink in the center. Earn the right to be like this. Oh, nope, I get a round thing. And then how do I want to do this? I think I want to do like a lighter red. And just make it like this. Boop, boop. Boop. I think I want to erase it so it's not overlapping this petal. Ooh, ah! Fluffy tail, like a small cat that holds its own tail. I'm holding my own tail because I am drawing. And it makes me look more comfy. I'm pretty comfy right now. Doop. There you go. Oops. Let's hope everyone's having a wonderful day. Okay, and then I want the yellow. This is on a different layer, right? It is cool. Oh my god, it is kind of rough to try to draw this so tiny. Oh my god, wait, Miyu, are you here right now? I don't know if Miyu's here right now. She's not, that totally fine. I'll just talk about it anyway. There's a creator on Toy House that I really like. They just make it like a lot of like cute little guys and stuff like that. And I got them on my fucking TikTok For You page. And I was like, what the fuck? And the content that it was about fucking Outlast trials. And I was like, that's fucking insane, actually. And then they had commissions. So I commissioned them to draw me as a little fetus. I'll show you guys in a second. It's not done yet, and I don't even know if they confirmed it yet, but hold on. I'll show you guys. Go paste. I didn't know they made TikToks. So I did it on my like personal FYP, and I was like, oh my god, where is it? Where is it? This was the video. They drew one of their OCs as a little fetus baby. And so I did a pay what you want, and I was like, please give. Please, if you wouldn't mind, I would love. I wonder if that ever went through. Let me check. I mean, I paid for it. I just don't know if, I mean, they could have rejected it, to be fair. They could have been like, no, thank you. And I would have been like, you know what, fair. Thank you for the headpads. I don't know. It's here. How goes? Good. Good. And so. Oh. Okay. We were just drawing beans. Beans for March. Because I thought it would be good to get on top of that this month instead of panicking again, because time gets away from me too fast and I cry. I could just stroke this. I guess I could. Outline inside. And then let's do this. The visions of me in LA. Oh, outside this. What? Outline. Having wicked dreams. What? Oh, I'm just a little ooped. I don't know if I want to put this like behind it though. God, what have you done? I think I want to fix some of them. There we go. I think there's a protest happening outside. For what reason? I don't really know, but it sounds like it. Delete layer. The pink pony club, pink. Yeah, this is gonna have to go like here. And now they're on the floor. Hovers in the bathroom and a line outside the door. Lights in the mirror, disco ball. And I develop the reason why I left it all. I will break your dreams. I think a little bit there. And then I'd like to blur it. Duplicate. Oh shit, did I put that on the same layer? Oops. I did. Oopsies. There we go. And now let's blur it. Blur. Oops. Duplicate. Keep on dancing at the pink. Oh, that's poop. Nice poo. Oh, it's because the opacity's at 100 instead of like 25. really gotta make you a think emote, don't I? I can do that today. We're in D&D. I love you in Tennessee. You're always on my mind. Hi, Kiwi. Welcome on in. How you doing, buddy? Damn it. It's good meme. It is good meme. Guess what I got? One Piece booster pack. Krispy Kreme? I don't know. The Pink Pony Club. Little Caesars! Bruh. I'm jealous. Damn. Damn. Just gonna waft that shit in my face? Damn. Cries. I hope it's tasty, though. I don't really like that either. I do not like this either. If I jumbled it, maybe jumbling would be better. I feel like jumbling it is better. And then you can do it on a color blur. Nope. Let's do multiply, then just lower it a bit. Yeah. My eye itches. I see I'm being added in the Discord. On this one. What name shall I name my sword? Longest. Pongus Linus. Well, Pongus Leni. I like that. The Leni makes it sound Latin. I feel like this color might be competing with this color a little bit too much. Oh, damn it. I'm so sorry, Kiwi. Listen, the month's not over yet, okay? The month isn't over yet. It's a little bit too much. I think this is fine. I think what I don't like is how saturated this is. I'm about to fight this blind box vendor. I'm sorry. Oh shit, 85-day streak though. Let's fucking go. Listen, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that this is happening to you, but listen, it's not over till it's over, you know? It's not over till it's over. It's not too continuous. Yeah, I like that more. And then this one, let's go here. There we go. Listen, look at the cute little next month ones. Aren't they cute? Aren't they adorable? Oh my god, my eye itches like a motherfucker and I can't do anything about it. I will, so that when I do Dude. We've got D&D with Havoc today, right? Oh, look who's being prepared. I know, right? And yes, we have it in an hour and some? An hour and change? Did I do shading? Am I doing shading? So if I'm doing shading, maybe I don't want to do that. Layer. I can't tell what color I'm doing. A color burn. There we go. Do I have the sun usually coming from the left or the right? From the left, it looks like. Cool. That's till you did. Oh my god. Earlier, we were talking about what I want to do on stream for my... What day is my birthday this month? Or this year? It's on a motherfucking Monday? It's on a motherfucking Monday. Man, why does it gotta be on a Monday? Well, anywho, I was thinking of games that we could play for, like, the community events. I'm thinking... we could... Is it easier to do it after? Because then, like...
We can do like a snack before.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It seems like it's easier for you when we do it that way. So
it's just one of those things where it's like I'm normally hungry after D&D anyway.
Yeah.
Because normally I have more of a snack around 6 and then
Also, I realized those lights were at 33% this whole time, and I put them on 100, and I'm like, whoa. Let's see.
Do you want a window open?
No, I'm cold. Feel this hand.
Oh my god, how are you so cold?
I don't know. I have socks on. That's how cold I am. I have a heated blanket and socks on.
Damn, I had to like crack a window open because I was sweating in my room.
Maybe it's just the menses, man.
Yeah, it's stew.
Also,
it's like not this cold in this room.
I don't know, man. I think it's the menses taking them from me. Also, I'm gonna be honest. We're gonna have a hot take here for a second, so I'm sorry, chat. So you know the menses thing with the VTubers and all that stuff. I was like, how do they talk about it enough that it becomes such a thing? I get it now. I was complaining about it for an hour. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Just because, like, I felt so girly and I felt so meh and I had no energy and it sucked. And I was like, how can... And apparently a majority of mammals don't have...
It's a human problem.
It's stupid. And I don't like it.
I'm sorry that being human is such a detriment to you.
It is. Because I'm just a bean. I'm a hamster.
What do you think of the catapangolin?
Catapangolin? Is that what you're calling it?
No, but that's what Sarah called it.
I love him. Mm-hmm. Also, you both sent this to me one after the other. I need you to understand that.
Yeah,
he sent it at 1:56, and you sent it at 1:50. You literally sent it 1 minute after one another.
Yeah, no, because I saw it, and I sent it to you, because I knew you'd like it.
Little guy.
Yeah, exactly. And then Artie made a comment, like, now Artie made a comment that would make you very upset, and I was like, please, God, don't. She's having a rough week. And then he's like, okay, I'll just send them a normal picture of it, but it was after I'd already sent her the picture.
Wait, what was it?
You want to know what the comment was?
Yes.
Like, now we just got to have Shaba draw 3 of them with a skewer through them over a fire. And I was like, don't. For the love of God. Not this week.
I mean, that's fine. It's fine. Like, when I saw the little bugs get fried, it's like, okay, I see where we're going. Listen, it didn't make me as emotional as when I learned about Punch the Monkey, man. Do you know about Punch the Monkey? Punch the Monkey is this little...
This upsets me. Okay, the tangent there.
Oh my god.
Better than this.
It's pixel art, man. What do you want from me?
You're better than this.
Fucking you do pixel art, and then we'll have a conversation, huh? That's just not the right layer. God damn you. There. Fucking... Oh, you fucking fucked me now, because now the whole leaf looks weird.
I was gonna say, like, you just
fucking, shut up. You think better than this. Fucking Pixel's coming in here and telling me how I live my life. Now, Maincoow, what have I told you about punching monkeys? Listen, you're the second person to tell me about punching monkeys. Listen, I'm not punching monkeys. What happened was there was this tiny baby monkey who was abandoned by his mother. And so the zookeepers gave him a stuffed animal monkey to make him feel better. And he then latched onto it like a mother and carries it and only feels safe when this stuffed animal monkey is around because he was abandoned by his mother. He recently got adopted by a trio of monkeys, though, so it's not so bad. But it's very sad.
That's tragic.
This is very sad. It hurts my feelings. When I first heard about it, I was gonna sob. But I held back my tears.
That's understandable. I'm feeling the bug till we actually.
Yeah. See, that fucks me up. But like, I don't feel as bad.
The bugs thing was like a specific thing where it's like for each of the creatures we have like one note. This one, it's that he picks up like the thistles. His fur picks up thistles from like one of the poisonous plants, and so he actually like kind of is covered in poisonous plant thistles. For the insects, they're actually kind of tasty if you eat them, but that's all they kind of do. They're just insects. But
Do they crunch when you eat them though?
I think it depends on which one. Some of them definitely looked a little more squishy. Some of them looked a little more crunchy.
Like the ones with the snail shells, are those ones crunchy?
I'd say.
Like,
yes,
is it kind of like a thing like where you could eat the shell?
I would. I mean, we don't have rules about that, but if I was looking, I'd say yes. Why not? It's an edible shell that's a little crunchy.
Cool.
Some of them definitely looked more like seashells, though.
Kind of like you and that tail. Once you grab it, you can't let go. It's fluffy and soft. I don't know what you want from me. It's a good time. Having a good time. I mean, I'm kind of good, but if I'm...
I'll have a snack and I'll check it with you.
Had to get up, but I was gonna say I saw him put into the Milky's. I saved some. Very animal heavy this week. Okay, sounds good. Yeah, I'm just glad that the little guy got like adopted by like a family, cause like that shit that hurt my feelings so fucking much when I found out about it. Like I didn't know a lot about it at first, and then also One Piece March birthday, Sanji the 2nd, Mr. 3 the 3rd, Shanks and Mihawk the 9th, Alvida and Smoker the 14th. Alvida and Smoker share the same birthday with my grandma. They share a birthday with my grandma. My grandma's a little more important in my book, but very cool. Very cool. I should call my grandmother on her birthday. I do that every year. I just want to say it out loud so I remember. Dun, dun. I think that's the next birthday coming up. Yeah, I think my grandmother's, and then it goes me, and then my dad's already happened. Yeah, I think I'm. Yeah, okay. I just wanted to catalog birthdays in my brain. Forever you and me. Women for the land, it's everybody in. Surprised no one in One Piece has a later March birthday. So that'd be kind of cool. Stop, get it. Sit it, get me out, you gravitate. Ah ha 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 ha. Shaka shaka, shaka shaka, feel good. Shaka shaka, shaka shaka, feel good. What? Ew. Hugging the girl next door. There you go. Say, I'm on my way. I want to listen to people you know. Oh, ew! Really? Ew. Yeah, I think the Super Bowl had quite a few of those as well, too, actually. It's kind of gross. What has the world come to, chat? It's not gonna come to being gross. At first I see you cry, makes me smile, it makes me smile. See what's going on 9 months before Mars, on late June and early July. Yeah, and people gotta stop fucking in those months because it's my birthday month. My birthday month. I don't want to share my birthday month anymore. I don't want any more babies to be born in March. For like at least a year. I'll have an AI channel with AI shows on it, with AI voices, subtitles. That'd be fucking really dystopian. I'm eating fried chicken. Where'd you get the fried chicken? Did you make the fried chicken or did you get it from someplace? I'm just curious. Oh, wait, no, that was correct. I just gotta do it like this. Yes.
You're gonna make another PSA in June. It's like for all you young couples out there, stop fucking.
I'm just gonna repost what I made before.
Sounds good.
Gotta work smarter, not harder with that shit, babe. I already made the PSA. We just repost the PSA every year. And then make their own AI fanfics. Yum. Homemade. Homemade! Yum. Exciting. Did the chicken scream when they went into the hot oil? What the fuck? Chickens are dead. Unlike lobsters, I'm pretty sure chickens are dead before you fry them. Imagine if they weren't. That'd be so scary. I saw TikTok where people were laughing about some AI bro complaining about, yeah, dude, yeah, it's like a bunny girl or whatever, and it's like, yeah, oh my god, that was so fucking stupid. Like, I cannot believe that people like that have the audacity to be like, burnout. It's like, shut the fuck up. You probably never picked up a fucking pencil in your goddamn life. You fucking ninny. Dude, that shit pissed me the fuck off. I don't like the way this processes colors is not my favorite. Okay, that's fine. Continuous. Dig. And big. Revelation. Revelation. Ba-dum-ba-dum-ba.
I'm testing some stuff with the dice numbers. I think most of it, I'm gonna get to work, but I need to try one more thing. I have a couple of them. If I'm not able to find a different solution, I might need your help with altering the file on just like 2 of the numbers, because the way it's interpreting the numbers isn't as smooth as the way you made it. But I'll get back to you on that.
Yeah, because that's because of the type font or whatever when I made it, like, pixelated it.
Yeah, it's okay. Is it like, for the most part, they did pretty good, or if there's an issue, I'll be able to smooth it out pretty well on my end. But like the 4 and the 1, the way it's interpreting them is a little fucky. Well, I'll let you know if I need help with those.
Okay. Sounds good. FPS matchmaker now? It does. It does. It does. FB matched me with someone I've never clicked on. And his profile is just 2 selfies, and the best thing I have cooked is spaghetti. Oh, is it funny? Is it like a funny thing you feel like, or is it kind of like a brother ew kind of thing? Oh, I didn't mean to. Actually, yes, I did. Duplicate. Wonder if it's done. Ooh. That's not what I wanted to do. Time to a minute of crushing out, win or lose, just like you. Select invert shift N. I've a new about you. A reason I mean somebody new. The question for yay or nay, did they break their spaghetti before putting it in? But the question is that who's breaking their pasta? Never used it since 2014. Yeah, sometimes I'll use Facebook to look at Facebook Marketplace because I think it's funny to see what people are selling near me. But other than that, I don't really use it. Oh my god. Okay. Relation. What did you say for? What did you say for? Best friend, we saw love is the best end. Move on to in the pavement. Why? That's like people who don't wash their rice straight to jail. I don't really know why people do it. I've heard of people doing it. But I don't really know why. Optum is when they need you. It's more than just a redo. Shading. Now, washing rice is a crime, but I think breaking pasta is like pineapple on pizza. That's fair. I guess it's like dependent on the pasta and how big your pot is, I guess. Spring. Living with my darling. It's another sign of spring. This pasta gets soft when you boil it. This is true. And it becomes smaller. But like, I don't know. Some people do, I think. Also, I want to make this better. Open file. One look in starts to smile. Never want to see your face again. I'm easy for a while, but I think I'm a fool. Trying to breathe underwater. Driving with my darling faster than I should. How the fuck did I do that? Hold on. For the New Year's beans, I like fucking did a whole ass like gold thing. Oh, okay. Okay, we don't need this darker one. I'm a fool. Ring underwater. Driving with my darling. So we have pastafarianism. True. Flying spaghetti monster. Your beans dripped out for real, for real. Mm-hmm. I had to make sure they look good for the new year. Boop, boop. Boop. I don't know how I want to... I just kind of wanted to give him a little bit more than what I have been. Becky, let me... Becky! Becky, let me smash! Fucking, I forgot about that video. I think this color looks better. Driving with my darling faster than I should. Driving with my darling forever if we could. Driving with my darling faster than I should. Driving with my darling. I guess I'll just do that. I don't really know how I want to do the horns right now. Okay. I mean, they look nice. They look nice happy, at the very least. At least. Forgot how long it takes me to make one of these. Well, I did get sidetracked, so I guess that's that. Spring. Even bloom. This is bloom. Yeah, they don't look bad, just very plain. Yeah. I'm sure that they make a mean bowl of spaghetti, but honestly, if you can watch a YouTube video, you probably could also make a pretty good bowl of spaghetti, to be completely fair. Do I want to do Moira Mothman or do I want... Let's do the leprechaun one. Let's do the leprechaun one next. Shuffling, what's a food and oh, I didn't name any of that. Fuck. This is the shine. This is the syrup. Shading. cup. Tag. That's not how you spell tag. And this is the rear. Eat it up. Eat it up. Yeah, I thought it was cucumber. Oh, let's find out. It is called spaghetti. I don't remember. Cat's Eye is a weird band. I like their music, but they're a weird band in my opinion. Okay, a leprechaun. Gotta look up what a leprechaun looks like. Okay, so I gotta give him the orange beard. I gotta get one I like the color of. Oh, eat zucchini. Eat zucchini. Yep, you're right. There you go. You got it. 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 I like the colors of this one. File new. Okay, okay. Let's get this green. I have XG. I don't know if I've listened to them. I'm gonna make like a willy. A one way a willy wibble huh. Fuck. Jesus Christ. No, you know where you are when you know where you are with chemicals and duplicate, flatten this one, select inverse. I gotta restock on channel points. Sounds good. Duplicate this layer. Boop, 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 boop. I should have sketched that out before making this, actually. Delete, Shift N. How leprechaun hats sit? Yeah, I want it to kind of be like that. Lily pad hat. Lily pad hat. Like Lotad? Lotad? Is that a Pokemon? I've never heard this song before, by the way. I think this is the first time I'm hearing this song. I don't like how sharp that is. Oh my gosh, spaghetti song. Yeah, I've never heard the full song. I've only heard like the snippets of it. Oh, they do say spaghetti. Eat it up. Eat it up. I don't think that makes sense. Up, eat it, eat it, eat it, up, eat it, eat it. Eat it up. I need to like, okay, so. I don't know which way. Hats don't make sense in my brain. Copy image. J-Hope! Woo! Oh my god, please. Negative. Okay, there we go. So it goes, bruh. So it goes, swoop. But then it has like, okay. Eat it up. 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 Eat it. The fuck? I don't understand. Okay, let's do that first then. Please. Ow, I need to replace this chair. What happened to your chair? Yeah, what's up with your chair? What's wrong, Vixed? What's wrong with your chair? Things fall apart. Time breaks your heart. I wasn't there. I know. It's just old, so it's not very good now. Oh, that's fair. She was crying on my shoulder. All I could do was hold her. I was so sad till July. Her that she loves me. You don't need to remind me. Behind me, shouldn't I? But I see her in the back of my mind all the time. Like a fever, I'm burning alive. I dropped some old character art in the fridge. Whoa! Ooh! Whoa, these are cool. Yo, these are really sick. Those are awesome. Thank you for sharing. Whoa. Your sister did those? The fuck? Very elegant. Yeah, I like that the first one a lot. First and second one. First one, that's by itself, and then the first one in the set ones. Be more different to me. Happy and free. She calmed her friend when she was still in high school. Oh, okay. Don't need to remind me that all behind me. Oh, my phone's vibrating for no reason. Okay. I'm back of my mind all the time. It's like a fever. I am burning alive like a sun. You see her in the back of your mind. Merge down. I think I want to make this gold like this one because I like the gold on this. Because I think it's neat that I made it gold. Okie dokie. I'm gonna make this a darker green. Andra's kind of like you a bit. ADHD coded, clumsy goofball who gets cool shit done. Which one's that one? Which one's that one? She gives me Ravens from Teen Titans vibes, which I think is really cool. like where this sits. I think it should sit here. But like, if it sits there, then it kind of like doesn't fit with the hat. So I brought the hat up. An alchemist enchanter, then a spellcaster. Ooh. Elaine likey the sounds of that. Why is his hat like funky? Why I do this? I think it'd be easier if I just made a new line. When you're out there. Boop. Too fairly. You could think of her partner Duncan as a 7 foot tall pixel, though he's probably talks less. Duncan. What was Duncan? And Duncan's only like, oh, they do look similar, don't they? Though that's only like fucking what, 4 inches off anyway. March down. Bum 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 bum. Oh yeah, I guess I could do it that way. Actually, I'm kind of silly. But I want this to be a little bit darker. I don't like the green that they're using here. I like this one. I guess I could match it with this though. Yeah, I like this tone more. My mouth. All I wanted was you. All I wanted was you. All I wanted was you. Is this really the same color? Oh, it is. Okay. Oh, they had that buckle. That's what I'm thinking of. It's that buckle. Like, what the fuck am I thinking about? That was like another green accent here. Oh. You have to slow down. Ooh, that's cool. I like it. And that does give me pixel vibes a lot. Being a druid, because he shares the month of, you know, because, like, April is, like, what the fuck is it called? Like, Arbor Day? Is it Arbor Day? His birthday shares a month with Arbor Day, so druid makes sense in my brain. All I wanted was you. Oh, my back. Oh, what's a traditional leprechaun look like? Oh, I like this one. That one's very cute. I like that one a lot. Desaturate this a bit more. There we go. Then he need a beard. Which I will draw a new beard because I don't want to get lazy about drawing beards. I kind of like this, the way they draw it. Change your mind like a girl changes clothes. Like a coach. Each character also has their own physical characters that show how they trained their magic. Ooh, that's hella cool. Was this like a world that like your sister wrote, or is this something that you wrote? Just curious. That's really cool. Yes, and you know, yeah. Or was it like a sibling thing? Did you pick the other beans? I did. Shall I have your approval on them? So Soyoung is Spring Soyoung, Moira is Mothman Moira, and BLT is Leprechaun BLT. And then for VTubers, we have Kiwi Sagas, Rye, Heroic, and then for legendaries, we have the legendary Sasquatch and the Wendigo. I think are the two I want to do. I was thinking about doing the Squonk because that's like my favorite. Favorite cryptid, but I decided against it. Okie dokie. Heroic Bee, Kiwi Bean, oh my god! Excited? Yeah, it'll be a fun month. I went for like more of that dark aesthetic with the beans. With the VTubers, because it's like cryptid month. This is my world. It's the main, it's, oh, cool. I don't need all 8. I need to collect as many Heroics as I can, I believe. I believe in you. I really wanna go, oh. I really wanna go, oh. Cold, yes, and you know you're in and you're out. So it feels like he stands out since they're not a cryptid. Shit. Is there a cryptid that has flowers? Cryptid that has flowers? Oh, shit. Ooh, shit. I didn't think about that. Oh, fuck. There's a monster flower? Monster flower cryptid. You could do a cute Flatwoods monster. Oh yeah, this guy? Shit. It's dressed sort of, it reminds me of the Rose Maiden that we had for this month. They look cute with flower. This is true. This is true. I hate this plant. Plant fucks my brain up. They're like an alien that wears a dress in the woods. Oh, okay. Okay. Alra Rune is what I was thinking. Okay. Alra Rune. Oh, God damn it. I think we can mix the two. Cause I already drew. I already do the flowers. Hold on, let me just save this and let me open BLT again. Or Soyoung again. It's like we could move this half, like it's whatever, you know. I like our boobies. I like that this is like what it's meant to look like. No, it's okay. It's okay. We're gonna incorporate it somehow. Because Kiwi telling me that it looks out of place because the rest of them are gonna be cryptid-like is gonna fuck me up. It's gonna fuck my brain up so fucking hard. A Zetsu cosplay from Naruto? No! Get out of here. Listen, I can only be a fan of one big anime, so we can have a One Piece, but we can't have a Naruto. That's not how it works here. The door. God damn it, Kiwi. I remember to be... I remember... Yeah, dude! I remember that, too. There's a Ben 10. There's a similar Ben 10 alien. There is. And I would pretend to be Zetsu and just start standing at one place because plant. That's fun. That's fun. My favorite was always Gaara. He was always my favorite. What the fuck? Where's this one coming from? There you go. Once did it while running for caution. Damn! Stinkthorn or fire something? Wait, what? Oops. 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 On Swamp Thing? I think Swamp Thing garners its own. I think the Swamp Thing garners its own, like, bean. I'd feel bad, like, just making him, like a costume. You know? If that makes sense. Outline. Oh, I didn't do it multiple times. God damn it. Why is it not doing more? Bean is so cute peeking out. Yeah, that's the plan. A little like Tingle from Zelda. No! Shit. God damn it. Then I need to remove this part. Listen, he'll look less like Tingle when we're done. I'm back. Welcome back. Hood. Fucking. You guys fucking. Okay. Wait, what is this? I mean, I didn't name everything in this file. Merge down. A Tingle. I'm currently been. Ooh, fun. Double horns. Double horns. Oh, that one wouldn't come out there? That's okay. And then I can use his, like, cape. This one, these two now go here. When I was on my 4-minute drive, use imagination. Between your eyes. I have a darker thing. I'm active in the fridge today. Let me see. Stop! Don't make comparison. No, he doesn't look like Tingle. Stop it. Wait, but his face is the thing that's red. They told me my first day is a Saturday morning. Oh, okay. Cool. Then you don't have to miss a stream. Sorry, is that a bit conceited? I apologize if that is. I'm just happy that you get to be here. But I hope it's a good day of work regardless. The son of mine, you're as old as he was when I left for war. Oh, these actions haunt my day. Have you listened to The Son of Troy? I haven't yet. I'm afraid. I just want them to be finished. I don't like things that are just in whip. Oh, really? That's fucking cool. I'm gonna trip over the weekend. Where you going? Get all the streams in I can before night shifts for 3 months. I'll be sleeping or working for most of the streams. That's okay. That's okay. Alright. There. Now I fixed them. And we're gonna call them... We're gonna call them Springwoods. I'm gonna call them Springwoods. Instead of Flatwood. Well, to see my son and wife, I'm just a man. I like that, Springwoods. When does a comet become a meteor? Does a comet become a... We'll leave tomorrow, but I think we'll be able to collect the streak. Okay. Okay. I wish I could pause them. I wish you could pause them. Springtrap? No! I'm getting too many anime edits to avoid it. That's fair. It's one of the memes where Tom pulls an invisible ink on his arm. Oh, I do like that one. I remember that episode. But I hope you all have a safe trip. Safe weekends. I don't want to lose any of you guys. I love you guys so much. I know I'm not losing you guys, but still. I'm just a man. I'll go back to the leprechaun because I like the color scheme of this leprechaun. I'm gonna steal the color scheme of this leprechaun because I can. Oop. Yeah, this is more spring-like, I think. I'm impatient. Not temptation. Tonight. Very cool collectibles. They are. My family has one of the Lilo and Stitch ones. I think we have a few Disney ones. To me. Smoke like a chimney. I want this to be more saturated, I think. Do you want me to be? 'Cause I'm too messy. And then I'm too fucking clean. Told me get a job and you asked where the hell I've been. There we go. I think I like that better. Is the not allowed? And then I'm too fucking dumb. Hate it when I cry unless it's that animation styles. Yeah. Oops, wrong one. Oops. I hate the fucking no, Dragon Ball Z. Dragon Ball Z these nuts. Smile. Sorry, I don't know why I just said that. Just kind of came out and I was like, okay, well, that's said now. Okay, what else do leprechauns have? I want to do like a 4-leaf clover, I think. 4 o'clock. Think if I had Pat. My friend's grandpa worked on the original run for Tom and Jerry, and his has. Oh, that's so cool! Listen, it was Automod. Automod wasn't happy with beat. The word beat. Oh, my eyeball. Oh my god, my eyeball. Thank you for the lurk. Oh my god, my eyeball. Oh my god, my eyeball itches. No. Stop it. Stop. But have a good dinner. Here's 40 bucks of just anime. Damn! 40? Shit. That's fucking cool. Merge down. I'm just gonna make these orange just so I can see what I'm doing. Fan of One Piece. It's even cooler being a One Piece fan since Tom and Jerry inspired a lot of the power system. Really? That's actually really cool. I didn't know that. Too fucking clean. Job and you ask where the hell I've been. Oh my god, my eye itches like a motherfucker. Okay. Oops. Unless it's that time of the month. It's like almost good. I'd rather have this one be up a little bit more. And then duplicate. Concept art? Wow, I've never thought about like concept art of Tom and Jerry. Yeah, that makes sense though. That's cool. Okay, my plan is to finish this 4-leaf clover really quick, and then we're gonna read some SCPs. And then, it'll probably be time for Dragonlance. And in case some of you haven't seen it, tomorrow will be a even shorter stream. As we are going to be doing D&D and then raiding straight into Art of Gabby because we were joining them for their debut for a game of Repo. We're gonna stream now. I just got back. No, I'm gonna go to the bathroom and then we're gonna read SCPs. Gotta protect that streak. Those boxes are heavily guarded. That makes sense. I don't think I'll give it a stem actually. Okay. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go to the restroom. So don't go anywhere. We're gonna read SCPs. We have SCP 3008, SCP 7034, and SCP 2. So I will be right back as I go to the restroom. So be right back. Main mom-in-law sent us Christmas present, belated, and so I really wanted to open it. I'm very impatient about opening presents. I love presents. I fucking love presents. I love opening presents. It's fun. It's cool. It's great. Moira got a box out of it. She's vibing. I saw an ad for Zillow and WoW. What the fuck does that mean? I guess it's probably because they added housing to WoW. They added instance housing to WoW. I did see the Spotify. I will use that playlist. Thank you. Sorry. My mom-in-law sent us chocolate and I wanted one. But this chocolate is absolutely crushed. Okay. Thank you, Vex. That's fucking weird. That's weird, but I really like it. Alright. Okay. Nom, 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 nom. Okay. Sorry, I just had to eat that. Alright, cool. Alright. I hope you guys are ready for some SCP reading, because we won't be able to do it tomorrow. Alright. SCP-3008. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. The retail park containing SCP-3008 has been purchased by the Foundation and converted into site redacted. All public records leading to or passing by the site have been redirected. The entrance to SCP-3008 is to be monitored at all times, and no one is to enter SCP-3008 outside of testing as permitted by the senior researcher. Humans exiting SCP-3008 are to be detained and then debriefed prior to the administration of anesthetics. Dependent upon the duration of their stay in SCP-3008, a cover story may need to be generated prior to their release. Any other entities exiting SCP-3008 are to be terminated. Okay. SCP-3008 is a large... Should I say 3008 or 3008? I don't know which one sounds better. Yummy. It was very good. SCP-3008 is a large retail unit previously owned by the... This is the IKEA one! God damn it. Owned by and branded as IKEA, a popular furniture retail chain. A person entity entering SCP-3000 is the... Okay, 3008. Okay. It is perchance. Through the main entrance and then passing out of sight of the doors will find themselves translocated to SCP-3008-1. This displacement will typically go unnoticed as no change will occur from the perspective of the victim. They will generally not become aware until they try to return to the entrance. But it's so peak. 2008 sounds more like 2000 and late. It does. SCP-3008-1 is a space resembling the inside of an IKEA furniture store, extending far beyond the limits of what could physically be contained within the dimensions of a retail unit. Current measurements indicate an area of at least 10 kilometers with no visible external terminators detected in any direction. Inconclusive results from the use of laser rangefinders has led to speculation that the space may be infinite. SCP-3008-1 is inhabited by an unknown number of civilians trapped within prior to containment. Gathered data suggests that they have formed a rudimentary civilization within SCP-3008-1, including the construction of settlements and fortifications for the purpose of defending against SCP-3008-2. SCP-3008-2 are humanoid entities that exist within SCP-3008-1. While superficially resembling humans, they possess exaggerated and inconsistent bodily proportions, often described as being too short or too tall. I'm offended by the too short part. They possess no facial features and in all observed cases wear a yellow shirt and blue trousers, consistent with the IKEA employee uniform. SCP-3008-1 has a rudimentary day-night cycle, determined by the overhead lighting within the space activating and deactivating at times consistent with the opening and closing times of the original retail store. During the night, instances of SCP-3008-2 will become violent towards all other life forms within SCP-3008-1. Short, shut the fuck up, Vexed. During these bouts of violence, they have been heard to vocalize phrases in English that are typical of variations of "the store is now closed, please exit the building." Once day begins, SCP-3008-2 instances immediately become passive and begin moving throughout SCP-3008-1, seemingly at random. They are unresponsive to questioning or verbal cues in this state, though will react violently if attacked. SCP-3008-1 is known to have one or more exits located within, though these exits do not appear to have a fixed position, making it difficult to leave SCP-3008-1 once inside. Using any other door besides the main entrance to enter the structure or breaking through the walls of the retail unit leads into a non-anomalous interior of the original store. Since containment began, 14 individuals have managed to exit SCP-3008 following extensive debriefing, and all individuals have been administered anesthetics and been released. Incident 3008-1 at 037 on redacted, a human male exited SCP-3008, followed 10 seconds later by an instance of SCP-3008-2. SCP-3008-2 caught and killed the man before itself being terminated by armed personnel. This incident represents the only time an incident of SCP-3008-2 has been seen exiting SCP-3008. A full autopsy on the corpse was reported. See SCP-3008-2 autopsy log for more details. The man was carrying an IKEA-branded journal, seeming to document his time in SCP-3008, transcribed below verbatim. Ooh. Okay. I'm gonna try not to fuck these up. I'll be efficient with these. Okay. So I'm writing this document. Let's see. What kind of voice do I want to do? Maybe like a... Are you ready for peak? I'm ready. Okay. I'm trying to do voices. Baby voice acting, if you will. Okay. So I'm writing this... let's do a female voice. Wait, but it was a man, wasn't it? Human male. Okay. So I'm writing this document. What I can only assume is my sudden descent into insanity. I can't possibly be that bad a navigator. And yet, as I write this, I've been trapped in IKEA for 2 days. I haven't seen another person in the entire time I've been here. I thought it was a prank at first. Turn the place into a maze, get all the people out, and see how long it takes me to get lost. Then, everyone has a good old laugh. Realized that wasn't the case when I tried to backtrack. Everything had changed, so I ended up lost. Instead of an exit, it was just a row after row of bookcases. So I'm trapped in IKEA. Sounds like a setup for a bad joke. Lights went out at 10 p.m. Nearly gave me a fucking heart attack. The loud electrical thunk sound and then pitch blackness. Place is full of beds, though, and my phone has a torch on it. They're British. God damn it. But no damn signal. So I found a bed and went to sleep. Spent most of the next day trying to find my way out with no luck. Did find a restaurant serving those meatballs, though, so at least I won't starve. That's probably the punchline to that joke. Anyway, they were still warm and fresh, but I hadn't seen anyone around who could have cooked them. Maybe I made back to the beds before the lights cut out again, since it's too dark to search with them off. Too many are British, apparently. It's 9:10 a.m. now. The lights came back on a little while ago. I'm sure I've searched the entire area around where I came in, and now the exit obviously isn't here. So I'm going to pick a direction and hope for the best. Oh my god, Kitty heard it! Oh my god, you heard her? She's being a little needy because we opened a box, and I gave her the box, but it's not enough. She wants me to move the box, but I'm reading. Day 3 of my magical IKEA mystery adventure. If I wasn't sure that there was something seriously weird about this place before, I am now. Walked for 3 hours in more or less a straight line, insert IKEA joke here, before I came across a ladder next to one of those huge stock shelves they have here. Climbed up to get my bearings, and it looks like this place just stretches on forever. Like that scene from The Lion King, except instead of trees and grass, it was shelves and tables and crap. I did see a person moving not too far away, though, so I headed over. Thought it was a staff member at first. It was wearing the uniform. And hell, maybe it was. Maybe freakish 7-foot-tall monsters with long arms, short legs, and no face are just the kinds of things that I want working at Super IKEA. Damn thing. Completely ignored me, though. And with no eyes or ears, I can't even be sure it knew I was there. Thought about shoving it or something to get its attention, but its hands were big enough to crush a watermelon, so I decided against it. It just kept moving along, and eventually I lost sight of it, so I decided to carry on the way I was going. Anyway, no comfy bed for me tonight. Looks like I've entered the improbably hard and pointy table section of the store. Guess I'll have to make do with some bunched up tablecloths. Phone battery died during the day too. Didn't work anyway. But I feel like I just lost some vital lifeline. They have flashlights at IKEA though, I feel like. Or lights. Well, I guess the lights are plugged in. You ever see one of those cartoons where they're going through the doors in a hallway and they just pop out of another door in the same hallway? That's how I feel right now. I feel like I've seen nothing but the same identical bookshelf for 2 days now. Just row after row after row of them. I mean, come on. I love books as much as the next guy, but this is excessive. I'm obviously still moving forwards, though. I can see signs hanging overhead passing by. Too bad none of them say exit. Camping lights and similar. Yeah, that's what I thought. Not sure who I was addressing that question to, though let's just say it was practice for autobiography if I'm going to write when I get out of here. I call it my perfectly normal trip to a regular old IKEA. Finally, I found some other people. Yeah, it turns out I'm not the only poor bastard trapped in here. Lucky for me, I guess, my sixth night here, 2 of those staff things came at me in the dark, different from the first one I saw, but still messed up. Heard them coming. They were saying that the store was closed and I had to leave the building, all nice and polite like. I'm not sure which part of that was weirder, that they don't have mouths or that they were apparently trying to kill me while they were saying it. Came at me like rabid dogs. So I legged it. Sprinting through the IKEA in the dark like a fucking madman. I saw it when I cleared another stand of those giant stock shelves, all lit up with torches and floodlights. They were built a whole town in here. Got a massive wall built out of shelves and beds and tables and whatever else. I swear to God, it was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. Anyway, I guess they saw me coming. Or maybe they heard my girlish, manly bellows of fear. Because they had a gate open and 2 people were there waving me in. Heard the staff things slam into the gate behind me after it closed, still politely informing us all that the store was now closed. They wandered off eventually, though. They called the town Exchange. Interesting. Because that's what's on the sign hanging from the ceiling directly up. Okay. Exchange and returns. All lit up against the night using lights. All lit up against the night using lights they found and plugged into the power lines. And there are beds and Jesus Christ. And there are beds and food and people. Over 50 wonderful people with regular-sized limbs and full sets of facial features. It is now my 7th night here and the first one not spent in darkness. A full week living in IKEA, there's probably a TV show in that somewhere. Now that I'm around people, I'm starting to feel more normal. Maybe normal isn't the word, but after a week with only the sound of my own footsteps for company, I was becoming increasingly sure that I had just gone nuts. That I was tied up in some padded room somewhere, banging my head against a wall. But no, I feel quite sane now. Thank you very much. Apparently, there are other towns out there. Some with more people, some with less. I found that fairly mind-boggling. How can that many people go missing with no one noticing? Surely someone would have noticed that everyone who goes to IKEA seems to fucking vanish. Or maybe it's not everyone. Maybe we're just the lucky ones. The people here just call those staff member things the staff. Apparently they are fine during the day, minding their own business, walking the aisles. As soon as those lights go out, though, they go fucking bonkers. So during the day, people go out to find food, water, and whatever else they need. Apparently there are restaurants and shops around that randomly get restocked. No one knows how. Maybe the staff do it. Apparently they aren't very good at their jobs, though, because the restocking sometimes takes a while, which means the food needs to get rationed. Maybe if we weren't so busy chasing people around in the dark, they'd get more done. Anyway, when night comes, the staff goes nuts and everyone holds up inside the walls. Apparently, it's the same everywhere in this place, whatever this place is. The IKEA from whence all other IKEAs sprang. Or maybe we're all still just in a regular IKEA and this is all some fever dream brought on by mind-numbing boredom. Who knows? Been here for 10 days now. Most of the people I asked said they stopped keeping track a long time ago. And one guy, Chris, said he had been here for years. Years. Apparently, there are rumors of people who do manage to get out, and of people who see the exit only have to only to have it vanish before their eyes. I get the feeling not everyone believes that, but I do. Explains how we got stuck here in the first place, sort of. And I mean, come on, staff monsters, row after endless row of high quality Swedish furniture. I don't know why they would find a disappearing door so hard to believe in. Anyway, I went out scavenging for food at a nearby shop with Sandra and Jerry today. Once you learn the landmarks of this place, it's not so hard to navigate. The overhead signs help out a lot, but there are others too. Not too far in the distance, a huge section of those giant stork shells has collapsed against each other, and way off in the east, we all assume it's the east anyway. Apparently, IKEA doesn't sell compasses. That makes sense. Is some kind of tower that looks like it's made of wood, reached up all the way to the ceiling. Maybe they were trying to break out through the roof. Lights up at night, so there must be people there, but it's apparently a few days' walk, which means it must be miles away. So no one here really knows for sure. Apparently, I got incredibly lucky sleeping out in the open for a week without getting ripped to bits by the staff. That's me. Lucky, lucky, lucky. We found some food in the shops. Guess the staffs restocked it during the night, which was nice of them. There was a telephone on the wall, so I figured trying it out. There was a voice on the other end, but they were just talking nonsense. Random words strung together with no real meaning. You've ever seen a video of someone with aphasia? Kind of sounded like that. Didn't answer me when I spoke anyway. Sandra says all the phones in here are the same. Oops. Asking the journal questions again. Are there questions? I feel like I'm missing the questions. I was thinking last night, the ceiling on this place is pretty high, and as far as anyone can tell, it goes on forever. Shouldn't there be some kind of weather in here? I'm sure I read about some NASA building that was so big it had its own weather patterns with clouds and stuff. This place is definitely bigger than that, but now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure I've never felt so much as a temperature change in here. I'll add it to the grand list of weird bullshit. The staff attacked the exchange last night. Must have been 20 or 30 of them, all just asking us to leave the store calm as you like, while trying to smash the walls down with their bare hands. Apparently, happens pretty regularly, so everyone is prepared for it. Knives from restaurants, lawn mower blades made into hatchets, a fire axe. One guy with seam even made a functional crossbow. Anyway, the walls have holes in them, which I hadn't noticed before, specifically so we can stab out the staff when they attack. Took a couple of them down myself. They don't seem to bleed, which is weird, but they go down as easy as a regular person once you start sticking holes in them. We had to hold the bodies away in the morning. Apparently, the dead ones will attract more during the night, so we had to get them away from the exchange. We have a couple of those trolley things they use to move big boxes around, so we loaded them up and took them over to pick up. Apparently, people just name everything in here after whatever sign is hanging overhead. I mean, it makes sense. Pickup was grisly. There were hundreds, maybe thousands of dead staff all piled up. There was no smell, which was a blessing. Apparently, in addition to not bleeding, these things don't rot either. My curiosity got the better of me while we were unloading them, so I took a look at one of the more cut up ones. They're just skin, or whatever that looks like skin, all the way through. No muscle, no bones, no organs. Are they even really alive in the first place? They certainly seem like they have bones when they are moving around, pounding on the walls. And I'm sure I felt more resistance than just skin when the knife went in during the night. Maybe something happens to them when they die. Just one more thing on the ever-increasing list of weird shit that goes on in here, I guess. Something occurred to me. After the staff attack the other night, every time you see a situation like this on TV or in a film, like it's the end of the world or everyone is trapped on an island or whatever, once groups like ours start forming, people always seem to turn on each other, fighting for food or dominance or whatever else. That hasn't happened here. Apparently people from other towns come by from time to time just to check in or occasionally to trade if they are short on something. But everything is always cordial, friendly even. Maybe it's the threat of the staff, or perhaps the constant restocking of supplies in the shop means there's nothing much to fight over. Maybe people are just better than they are generally given credit for. That's a nice thought. I think I'll go with that one. A dozen people showed up at the gates this afternoon from a town called Trolleys. Apparently, the staff broke through the walls and tore the town apart during the night. These 12 are the only survivors of over 100. We let them in, obviously. One more point in the human decency column. Later, I asked if one knew how many of these towns were out there. Between us and the new folks, we managed to come up with over 20 names, 20 towns filled with people, and who knows how many beyond that. The motto for this place should be, how is that even possible? Surely someone somewhere must be looking for thousands of people that must be in here. I've been in here for a little over 2 months now. Not that much has changed, as it turns out. A couple of new people showed up, same story as the rest of us. Nice little trip to IKEA, and suddenly they're trapped in Billy's bookcase house of faceless weirdos. The staff attack the exchange once or twice a week. We kill them and haul their bodies off. Sometimes they hurt some of us. They killed the guy called Jared in a couple weeks back. It was awful, frankly. Turns out regular Hermans still bleed in here, even if the staff don't. We tried our best, but none of us are doctors. Jared was a good guy. He deserved better. We all do. It occurred to me a couple of days after that, none of us were really looking for a way out of here. I don't know where we'd even start. One of those quadcopter things with a camera attached buzzed past the exchange today. I thought it meant that someone was finally looking for us, that help was on the way. Apparently, it's not the first time this has happened, though. Same thing happened a few months ago, and everyone is still here. No idea if it saw us, if it didn't stop, if it did, just kept flying until we could no longer see it. Note, based on recovery time of the journal, this entry appears to line up approximately with our first successful test piloting a drone inside SCP-3008-1. Analysis of footage shows a walled settlement under a sign labeled Exchange and Returns. Attempts to relocate the settlement failed. Origin of previously sighted drones is unknown. I started talking to the people about the stuff they missed from home during dinner today. Probably not the best idea I've ever had. Everyone seemed pretty down after. A bunch of people here have families, husbands and wives, kids, dogs. Regular pair has a pet llama, though I'm not sure I buy that. But apparently, some of the people here have some seriously odd gaps in their knowledge. 3 of them have never heard of the International Space Station. 2 of them seem to think Redacted was the Prime Minister, and 1 of them had apparently never heard of this Statue of Liberty. I believe them, too. They seem just as confused as the rest of us. Though, the more I thought about it, the more it started to explain a few things. What if the reason no one came looking for us missing people is because we all haven't come from the same place? This is going to sound weird. Maybe that should be the model for this place. But what if all the people here have come from different dimensions, realities, whatever you call it? I've seen enough TV shows to know the drill. Sarah comes from a place where there is no Statue of Liberty. They didn't launch a space station where Wasim is from. If everyone here came from different places, even from ones that seem identical, there'd be no huge missing person panic. No mass search. We'd just be a blip. A single missing person in a world of non-stop news. Well, that was a fun train of thought. Just realized that yesterday was 6th-month anniversary of my arrival here. I wonder if IKEA sells party hats. The routine around here has remained more or less the same. More new folks show up one every couple of weeks or so. Food supplies go up and down, but they never actually had a major shortage. Occasionally, we get a visitor from one of the nearby towns, usually checkouts or aisle 630. We check in with each other from time to time, occasionally trade supplies. If someone gets particularly low on something, it's comforting in a way. A reminder that we aren't alone in here, some small glimmer of civilization. Sometimes they bring medical supplies. Apparently, there's a pharmacy a few towns down from checkouts that gets restocked every now and then, so they share out what they can. I've never heard of an IKEA with a pharmacy before, but at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if someone stumbled into an IKEA organ harvesting lab. Would certainly explain the staff. Speaking of our faceless jailers, their attacks have been getting worse lately, 3 or 4 times a week now, with twice as many staff as there used to be. No idea where they all come from or why the attacks have increased. We tried following one of them during the day a few weeks ago, me and Sarah. Wanted to see if they led back to a staff room or something. Didn't seem to go anywhere though, just randomly walk through aisles. We had to turn back before we found anything. We've been reinforcing the walls, trying to arm ourselves better. Certainly no lack of materials to use. Wasim has been making more crossbows, but it's pretty slow going. Too bad IKEA doesn't spell guns. Damn! So true. No new personnel have entered SCP-3008 at site redacted in the span of time indicated in this entry. The attacks are getting bad now, almost every night, and with so many staff that the bodies almost pile high enough for others to climb the walls. I think we're in real trouble here. Exchange is done. We got hit pretty hard last night, and not many casualties, but the wall is wrecked. We finally figured out why the attacks had been escalated to. A box of supplies had a chunk of one of the staffs in there. No idea how it happened, but apparently a piece of one will draw them as well as a full body. Too late now in any case. There's too many bodies for us to haul away and still have time to fix the wall before night. Candace has called a meeting. I suspect there will be a talk of abandoning exchange, maybe try get shelter at checkout or something. It was already getting late though. I don't think we'll have time to make it. Maybe some of us will. I was fine for a week out when I was fine for the first week out in the dark after all, but then how often can I keep getting lucky? I'm only writing this for a sense of closure, I guess. For me, or for anyone who finds this. If this is the final entry here, I hope whoever is reading this is doing so from the outside of this place. My biggest fear? If I do die tonight, I'll just wake up here again in the morning. This is the last entry. It is assumed that while attempting to reach the checkout settlements, he was separated from the rest of the group by pursuing SCP-3008-2 instance and happened upon the exit. Damn. Sorry that the British was kind of bad. But, yeah. That's fucking sick, though. I like that they were civilizations, and I like that, like, he had this idea that, like, because he, like, went into, like, digging, he, like, found, like, this kind of idea that they were from different timelines. I thought that was very cool. Rip my mans. Rip British boy. The cute lady, I got food, yay. The cute lady at the food truck gave me an extra sopa so I could try. Nice. Yum. I like it when they do that. It's very nice. Ooh, okay. So we have, like, 13 minutes left, and I'm sorry that I only have 13 minutes. I feel like this one could be read in 13 minutes. Maybe we can read both, though. Okay. I just have to not fuck up in reading. Okay. O2 should be readable in that time. Okay, we'll do O2. And then we'll save 7034 for next time. If I don't finish it. Okay. 4 more. What? 4 more? No. 4 more hours. I wish, but I have D&D tonight. SCP-02. SCP-2. Object class Euclid. SCP-2 is to remain connected to a suitable power supply at all times. To keep it in what appears to be a recharging mode. Should be roughly 10 minutes to read. I'm not counting. In case of an electrical outage, the emergency barrier between the object and facility is to be closed and an immediate area evacuated. Once facility power is re-established, alternating bursts of X-ray and ultraviolet light must strobe in the area until SCP-002 is reaffixed to the power supply and returned to recharging mode. Containment area is to be kept at negative air pressure at all times. Teams including a minimum of 2 members are required within 20 meters of SCP-002 or its containment area. Personnel should maintain physical contact with one another at all times to confirm there is another person present, as perception may be dulled, skewed, or influenced by the proximity to the object. No personnel below level 3 are permitted within SCP-002. This requirement may be waived via written authorization from 2 off-site level 4 administrators. Command staff issued a waiver must be escorted. Command staff issued such a waiver must be escorted by at least 5 level 3 security personnel for the duration of their contact and must be temporarily Jesus Christ. Okay. Command staff issued such a waiver must be escorted by at least 5 level 3 security personnel for the duration of their contact and must temporarily surrender their rank and security clearance. Following contact, command staff will be escorted at least 5 kilometers from SCP-002 to undergo a 72-hour quarantine and psychological evaluation. If deemed fit for return to duty by psych staff, rank and security clearance may be restored while quarantine expires. SCP-002 resembles a tumor's fleshy growth with a volume of volume of 60 meters or 2,000 feet. An iron valve hatch on one side leads to its interior, which appears to be a standard low-rent apartment of modest size. One wall of the room possesses a single window, though no such opening is visible from the exterior. The room contains furniture which, upon closer examination, appears to be sculpted bone, woven hair, and various other biological substances produced by the human body. All matters tested thus far show independent or fragmented DNA sequences for each object in the room. Refer to the Mulhausen report, cross-ref document 00.023.603 for details related to the object's discovery. To date, subject has been responsible for a disappearance of several personnel. It also, in its time at the facility, further furnished itself with 2 lamps, a throw rug, a television, a radio, a beanbag chair, 3 books in an unknown language, 4 children's toys, and a small potted plant. Tests with a variety of lab animals, including higher primates, have failed to provoke response in SCP-002. Cadavers as well fail to produce any effect. Whatever process the subject uses to convert organic matter into furnishings is apparently only facilitated by the introduction of living humans. Flesh blob apartment. This following is a brief report detailing the discovery of SCP-002. Turns people who vanish into... Yeah, so if you come into contact with it, it will turn you into flesh furniture. Subject was discovered in a small crater in northern Portugal, where it struck the Earth from orbit. Encased in a shell of thick rock, the fleshy exterior of the object was exposed by the impact. A native farmer happened upon the site and reported his findings to the village elder. Subject gained SCP attention when a level 4 agent posted in the area detected a small radioactive anomaly generated by the object. A collection squad of SCP security personnel led by General Mulhausen was immediately dispatched to the area, where they quickly secured the subject in a large container and performed initial testing with subjects recruited from the nearby village. 3 men individually sent into the structure subsequently disappeared. Upon discovering this deadly property of the subject, General Mulhausen issued a Level 4A termination order of any witness, roughly 1/3 of the village, to ensure no outside knowledge of the object, and initiated its transfer to the SCP facility. During preparation for transport, 4 SCP security personnel were inexplicably drawn inside the object, where they too immediately disappeared. Following the inspection, it appeared as if the object had grown several new furnishings and was beginning to look like an interior of an apartment room. General Mulhausen immediately ordered the requisition of several Class 3 hazmat suits for the remaining security team members, who proceeded to lift the container into a waiting freight for transport to the SCP containment facility. Following the termination of General Mulhausen, SCP-002 was resecured by SCP staff and brought into special containment and classified, where it currently resides. Staff with clearance below Level 3 have been denied access to SCP-0202 container without prior approval of at least 2 Level 4 staff after the Mulhausen incident. Hi, Emily! What do you mean they banned big fat boobies? What do you mean? That's cool. I like that. Like, you get sucked into... I'm curious about, like, how... I wish they would have explained, like... I really wish they would have explained how this kind of, like, recharge state happens. Like, if they would have... Like, how they tested that. I don't know if I'm missing anything, but it would have been cool if they were, like, showing us, like... Oh, we were doing experiments and we found that doing this seems to, like, negate it, or, like... it won't just suddenly disappear people. I feel like that would have been cool. Because I feel like a lot of the really well-written ones have, like, tests on them done. Because I follow someone, they reported me for harassment. What? I like this one. This one looks really cool. Oh, I like this symbol. Is this different? No, it's the same. That's cool. I like oh, distribution class and risk class. It's definitely an older one, yeah. Like, this one I can tell is way more fleshed out, so I'm very excited. Yeah, my favorite ones are definitely the logs. Like, with the IKEA one, we got the guy's logs for, like, what he went through while he was in there. And I thought that was really cool. And it kind of showed, like, kind of like a slice of life. Like the infinite potato bag. Infinite potato bag? Okay, I gotta get SCP. I don't know if there's gonna be art of SCP other than just putting an IKEA thing. Yeah, but I got to make a resurrection of it. I kind of like this. But I kind of want to put the word IKEA on there as well. Oh, yeah, next week perchance? Yeah, I'd be down. Are you doing a tier list? Not really. I'm kind of like archiving them so that way I can remember. I'm the only like rating thing I'm doing is if I really like it, I put it in SCP milk. This one was Euclid. Mother Altaite is 5031. It is so fucking peak. I am excited to read that whenever we get to that one then. Wait, 5031. Did we read that one? No, that's 096. Oop. I like this art a lot. This is cool. I want the IKEA logo. Fucking, I like this song a lot. It's so weird. Yeah, the 4 fucking pixels one was really good. It was like, I like that was planted. Oh, God. That was so cool. This is SCP-3008. Yeah, update fantasy grounds. Okay. If I can get an art style down, I would love to draw, like, obviously it won't be as fucking cool as this, but I think it'd be cool to, like, draw something, draw something around each of these, I think would be really cool. But I can't guarantee that my art won't be, like, fucking like this. It's like a cute little guy. Okay, yeah, the pineapple on Sophus is really good. It's pretty good. I'm glad that you like it. There's 3008. SCP dash is what I'm calling this. And then, are you taking? Yes, I am. Feel free. Feel free. I feel like 3 a week is pretty good. Kind of SCP. I feel like I would be like SCP-999. I want to be like SCP Mother or something. I love how creative the SCP is. There's so many artists and writers of. Yeah, honestly, it's really cool. SCP-002 is also an Euclid class. 3092 is Misa's favorite. Have we read that one? I don't think we have. Yeah, if you want to send me a link to it, I'll save it. This is SCP-002. There's a Kickstarter for SCP. Yeah, I got that on my TikTok. I'll look it up after stream because I kind of want to see more about it and if I can support it. Now that I have a job and money, I want to support really cool projects. There you go. Not that one yet. It looks good. Yeah, I'm excited. SCP-002. Alrighty. We have like 2 minutes. Hold on. I'm gonna keep that because I kind of want the icons from it. So I hope it isn't a dumpster fire. SCP anime. Hi, Fruitbat! Caught us at the perfect time before we were closing out for today. Yeah, it's SCP Galonic, I think. Galonic. By Sohm Studios. Do you have 682 and 610? We do have 610. Do we have 682? Yeah, we have SCP. Those two are really good. I really like these two. How was stream? It was good. It was good. They already reached their... Oh, wait, almost. They almost reached their goal. I don't have that much money, but... I hope it's good. Like, it looks like it could be good. But I don't know. I'm glad stream is good. Thank you. I hope your day was good. Big, thick boobies. Yippee! What's up, Emily? Oh, shit, sorry. I like that they're focusing on humans of the Foundation and what it'd be like working for it at different... Yes. Yes. SCP Elaine spawned beans, but some of them are harmless and some of them... Yeah, oh my god, there's an SCP... Isn't there like an SCP... Emily's back. The boobies are back. SCP snail eggs. 96, 42. 42... We have 49. We don't have 42, and we don't have... Do we have 96? I don't think we have 96. Oh, wait, no, we do. SCP-96, 4 fucking pixels. 4 fucking pixels. Dragon snails are such cuties. Yeah, I like the SCP about that, because I thought it was really funny. I think I'd be similar. I felt like an Adult Swim today. I really like Lord Bung's confinement before he went insane. It's 49, my bad. 49. Oh yeah, like 49. Bad at numbers. It's good. We're all bad at numbers. Also, Overlord and Dollhouse short movies. We're saying, can you guys send me these in content cubby? I have to get to D&D because they're already in there. I'm already late by 1 minute. 96 movie, dude. Yo, fuck yes. So I'm gonna go raid you guys to Havoc. I love you guys a lot. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I have to skedaddle because I gotta go over there to play D&D. But if you guys could send me this stuff in DMs, I'd super appreciate it because I really want to see more about SCP stuff. So I love you guys. Have a good time over there. I'll see you over there. Good night. Good night, Noxia. Good night, everybody. I love you guys so much. What? Did that not go? Why didn't it go? Good night, everybody. Roll all 20s. I will do my